everybody. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. This is so high for some reason. I noticed that yesterday. Okay, we're fine. I have no makeup on today. We're not having a makeup day. It's fine. Don't even look at it. How's everyone doing? I like how I use speech to text a lot because my brain works faster than my hands. So I was like, come by for Reiki and Tarot, and it was like, for Ricky and Tara. Come by for Ricky and Tara. I was like, damn it. Gotta fix that. Alright, I think I'm ready. I'm sorry I'm late. How's everyone? Okay. I'm just making sure I have everything. Oh my god, I posted that in the wrong place. Oops. Oops. Ricky and Tara. Girl, Ricky and Tara. There we go. Seems loud. Is that loud? Okay. Let me just check one more thing. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I wondered about that. Yeah, I just posted it in the wrong spot. At least only my mod saw it. We're at 50% already in the community. Oh, 51%. Hi, Iridio. How are you? Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for that. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, Mojo. Where'd you get all these points from, Mojo? Where'd you get all those points from? Did they just appear? Where did they appear from? How are we doing? Hi, welcome in. Okay. How do we get a reading? Well, I'm going to start with talking about a couple things, and then we're going to start readings. So probably in about half an hour, if you want to, if you don't want to wait. Ethan and I are committed. He wants Spaz and I want DBD. Right? So I'm going to go over a couple of things. We're currently in a full moon in Taurus. Wait, are we gonna, is it in Taurus? Oh, it's in Aries. We're in a full moon in Aries. Is it in Aries? I thought it was in Taurus. What? We're in a full moon. We're having a lunar eclipse. I believe tomorrow. I'm shaving this candle right now. So I'm going to talk a little bit about full moons, what you can do around the time. Like, I try to, and I don't always do it because, of course, I'm a person. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I don't know if I said that. You're in need of a reading? Yes. If you did a huge thing in your life and you need to know, oh, I got you. I got you. So yeah, if you are feeling really overwhelmed by life, like everything is going crazy, like there's a lot of big changes happening all of a sudden, or like the energy is really heavy, you're not wrong. It is. Everything's crazy right now because of the solar eclipse and Mars retrograde, and not solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, and Mars retrograde, and all this other crazy astrological stuff that's going on right now that is causing things to just feel like there is an upheaval in our lives. There is just so much heavy energy with it. However, it's transformational energy. It's not like heavy, like everything's bad and everything's going to stay bad. This is happening to make way for these new things that you want. This is very much a let's get you prepared for what's coming. That type of energy. And it feels really uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable. I've had a rough couple weeks, as I've talked about a little bit about my dog, Little, who is having health problems and is having a hard time walking. And I'm seeing small improvements, which is giving me hope. But it's been a lot because I've had to basically drop a lot of things to take care of him. And mentally and physically, like mentally and emotionally, it's very exhausting. And I feel like everyone's going through something like that, whether it's having to find a new job or having one of my regulars just said that apparently found out her husband was cheating on her. Like, so much is going on right now, and it's meant to make way for new things that are supposed to come in. And I know that's only so helpful because it's like, come on, give me a break. Give me a break. I need one. But at the same time, you're laying a new foundation. Like, this is kind of like this is like the storm that then this is all the bullshit that then is going to help create a new path for you in this new year. Solidarity in pain then, kind of, right? Kind of, yeah. I mean, every year, every month, every week, there's always something going on. And some seasons it's really good, and other seasons it's really bad. And right now it's just not a good season. But it is a season. It's temporary. It's not going to continue like this forever. And so if you are in a position where you feel really overwhelmed by what's going on in life right now, just know that it is temporary. It is something that you will move through, and you will make it out the other side. Because it is heavy energy, even if it's something small to something majorly life-changing. So I want to talk a little bit about things that I tend to do around the full moon, because last stream we talked about the new moon energy, which is usually bringing in and manifesting things and getting clear on what you want to manifest throughout that moon cycle. The full moon is when the moon is full, it is fully illuminated, and the only thing left for it to do is to start to decrease and go back to a new moon, which means that it needs to empty. So this is a time for looking at what happened in the last 2 weeks, seeing like how has the last 2 weeks, how has it gone? If I made goals, did I achieve them? How did things go? And then looking at what in your life is no longer serving you. So for instance, maybe you have a lot of fear around something that you're doing, and you're not sure if it's just creating a lot of insecurity and doubt and just like all this fear. Maybe that's something you want to let go of. Maybe that's something that you're like, what is this fear even doing for me? Why do I even have it? It's just bullshit. It's just a bullshit feeling. You know, it doesn't do it's not helping me want to do better. It's not making anything, well, it's just making things worse. Thank you for the follow. So if it's making things worse, it's not really necessary. Or like, for instance, I'm not a person who lets go of people easily, but say you are that person who I know who maybe their husband cheated on them. Maybe that's something to consider letting go of. Or a friend who only treats you like shit most of the time. Why would you have them in your life? But usually when we're letting go of things every cycle, it's letting go of things that we do to ourselves, limiting beliefs that we've created. Hi, welcome in. Limiting beliefs are beliefs that we have that make it so that we only view things in a certain perspective. So, for instance, my grandfather had the belief of artists don't make money, so you want to get a job that's going to pay a certain amount, and uh, and you want to have benefits and this and that. He wanted people to be taken care of. He wanted me to be taken care of. He didn't want me to struggle being an artist. However, there are plenty of artists in this world who make a lovely living doing it, and there's also plenty of them that don't. There's also people who work in the corporate world who make a great amount of money doing it, and then people that don't. So there is that in every job. It's just some jobs have a little bit more stability than others. It's the same to be true about, like, say you have a limiting belief around dating, like where I can never find someone. That's a limiting belief. You can find anyone. However, it doesn't mean that person's going to be right for you, you know? Or if you have a limiting belief you feel like sharing, let me know, because I could talk you through it. But I have to do that regularly with myself, because I'll have limiting beliefs that pop up that I don't even know I have. And usually that's how it is for everyone. It's just things that we've been either told or told ourselves over time that we don't realize are holding us back. For instance, I'm trying to like go to a thing where I wrote some of mine down, but for instance, I have issues with money because to me, money doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I understand why we have it. I understand how it works. I understand all of that, but I still think it's a pretty bullshit idea. Calling me out already. But I still think it's a pretty bullshit idea. So I have a hard time with the mentality around, and I haven't figured out how to move my perspective around this yet, but it's something I'm starting to work on, is I'm trying to see other ways that people run their businesses in ethical ways, and different ways that people use money that go more along with how I view money. Whereas a lot of people just view it as, and they need it to survive, and that's it. Or they view it as they need it to get ahead, and so they try to accumulate as much wealth as possible, even if it goes against their morals. To me, money is not an important thing, so it's hard for me to even charge for things that other people would charge way more for, because in my head it's like, it doesn't, for some reason there's a disconnect. So I'm trying to figure out how to change that perspective. Here's a couple of other ones that I have worked through. I need fear to motivate me. I've believed for a long time that I needed fear to be a motivator for me. Like, if I'm afraid of failing, then that's going to make it so I'm constantly working to do better. But you don't need fear. Fear is actually a distraction from your goals, because it's causing you to focus on everything that could go wrong or be wrong, as opposed to the things that you could create when you're not in fear. Like, if you are constantly worried about if you're constantly in fear, it is causing you to not see clearly about what you could be doing or where you could go. So really, it's not a great motivator. Here's another one. I'm disappointed I'm not receiving what I need in my relationship. This could be with anybody's relationship. I wrote this about my dad and my mom. This is something that you could say about a spouse or a friend or anybody else. But what I've realized is that I expected, for instance, my dad to be a certain way, to be a dad who actually was there for me, who would call me on a regular basis, who would give a shit about what I was doing, who would make me a priority in his life at some point. And he never has. And he pretty much only interacts with me when it's convenient for him, or when I reach out to him. That is very disappointing to me, because I think that's not right. However, I have to learn that that is all I can expect of him, because that's all he's going to give me. And if he ever wants to change that, that's his priority, his prerogative, his whole thing. But it has nothing to do with me. So I rewrote that as, I can't expect them to be more than they have shown me they are. I can't expect, for instance, if I was dating somebody, I can't expect them to put me ahead of something that, like, or to care more about something or whatever, if they've never done that before, if they've never shown that type of care or thought or whatever before. It's expecting them to pull it out of their butt. Like, they're not even thinking that way. Like, here's another example with my mom. We've lived in where we live for a very long time, and she has a lot of bad, like, energy with this house because she got divorced here and whatnot. But it's made it so that she doesn't care as much about the house. And as we talk about potentially moving in the future, we talk about how we need to clean out the house and clean things, reorganize things, get rid of things, whatever. And she has not wanted to do any of that. So I'm expecting that she's going to feel motivated to do that because we're getting ready to move at some point. But she doesn't have that motivation, and creating, like, I can't create that for her. That's something that she has to work on herself. I can't expect her to automatically just go into that mode like I can, because that's just how I view things, when she has a completely different viewpoint of it. And then here's, like, the last one I have on here. And this one is a pretty sad one, but this one comes from my abandonment issues because my dad left it. Dad left at a young age. Everyone I love leaves me. That's a really sad one, but I think that there's probably a lot of people out there who could relate to that one. And the thing is that I had to reframe it as, my love is never a factor in anyone coming in or out of my life. If they are meant to stay, they will make every effort to stay. It is who you are and what you do. Well, it does have to do with things, but, like, just because I've had experiences where I've really clung on to people and loved them and wanted to have them in my life doesn't mean that that made them not want to be with me. You know what I mean? Or not want to be in my life. It had no factor to it. It had everything to do with other things that was going on. I don't know. Hopefully that makes some sense. So thinking about limiting beliefs, when you have them pop up, thinking like, I could never look like that. I could never do this. I'll never find someone. I'll never be able to do that. Like, if you wanted to, you could. If you made it a priority, it could happen. That's really the thought process. It's switching from a pessimistic standpoint of, this could never happen, to, if I wanted to, this could happen. And even when it comes to something like streaming, for instance, there's been so many times where it's like, I'm fearful that it's not going to happen, but I feel like I'm on the right path. And if I believe that it's possible for me, especially by looking at other people that it's happened to, that people could make this a job, a career, something that you do on a regular basis that pays your bills and everything, it is possible. And if you believe it's possible, it's more likely to happen, because your mindset will start to gear you into doing things to make it happen. As opposed to if you believe I could never have that, then you're not going to even put forth the effort to try. And that's essentially the whole thing. I hope that made sense. When it comes to full moons and we're talking about letting things go, those are different things like limiting beliefs that you could work on letting go of. And usually what I'll do is I will get a piece of paper or a Post-it or something like that. I'll write down what my limiting beliefs are or whatever I want to release into the world to let go of. And this is a witchy practice, but people do it even without it. It's not like religious based. And then I use a fire safe bowl and I fold it up and I light it and let it burn. And then the ashes, some people will take them and bury them outside. Some people will throw them away. Some people will turn them into black salt and have it be a protective type of thing. But a burning ritual is essentially allowing yourself to feel the emotions of of what you need to let go, and allowing yourself to have all of those emotions poured into writing it down. Could be a letter, could be a whole thing. Letting them all out so that they're not here anymore. And sometimes the best way to do that is with breath work, by like, you know, like letting it out like that. Or there's other ways of doing like a salt bath or something like that to have it released in that way from your body. But allowing all of the emotions to come up, because I can feel mine right now, like around here. It'll just feel like extra tension in that area. And sometimes if I like, this is just me. These are just things that I do that might help you. There's no way that you have to do anything a certain way. Everybody does things differently. So one way that I'll do it if I feel like really heavy, which I do feel a little heavy right now, is I will literally I'll start pulling the energy out. A lot of times I pull it from like the spine area because I feel like there's a lot of extra energy there. And I'll pull it out and I'll imagine like a sludge that just comes out, and I just get rid of it. So like even if you watch ASMR or something, people will do like plucking videos, and it's a similar concept. And it's just trying to release the energy from your system because it doesn't need to be there anymore. And the burning ritual is a way of doing that, to take that energy, put it on paper, burn it, and give it back to the earth and just say, I don't need that anymore. It's a way of closing that chapter. Another thing that I often do, usually around the same time, and I'll be doing tonight, is I'll take a candle, usually not this big, but lately I got a bunch of these for free when my grandma passed away. I got them from her, so I've been using them. But a lot of people will use much smaller candles, like these ones or whatever, or you can use any type of candle. What I'll usually do is take some sort of sharp object. It could be a pen that doesn't work anymore, or it could be something that is just small and sharp. It could even be these tweezers. And go with the candle and write things that I want to bring in. So for this, I would write like success, love, wealth, health, different things like that. Whatever I want to bring into my life. And then burn it and allow it to burn for the night or however long it needs to. And it's another way to help call in certain energies. So those are a few things I thought I would share. I think I will do the candle right now, so it's going. Wait, what? What, Mojo? What? Okay, I'm gonna write... It's so hard to write on these, but I'm just doing my best. And basically I'm just etching it into the candle. You can do it in other ways. But it's a way of personalizing it so that you know what energies you're bringing in. After I get this lit, I think we'll do some Reiki, and then I'll get into tarot readings for anybody that wants them. You can kind of see it's all scraggly. Just like etched in, you can kind of see it. So I'm gonna light that. I can have that going while we're doing our Reiki and then our tarot readings. I'm also going to use some Palo Santo. Another way of clearing energy is with smoke or selenite, or even with sound. There's a lot of people that use like crystal bowls or like little singing bowls for sound and use that to cleanse energy. Alright, I'm going to switch the sounds over, the music over. And go around here. All right, so Reiki is, if you don't know, a energy. It's a way of working with energy. It helps realign your chakras and open them up so that you can have energy flowing freely again. I am in no way doing anything with my energy for your energy. It's more of like helping you to focus your energy or helping your energy to focus in certain areas to reopen again. So we'll start off with doing Reiki, and I will be going through a little bit as I go. I'm going to be doing different hand motions. You can do them with me, or you can just relax or watch or lay down and close your eyes, anything that works for you. And I will go through each one, tell you a little bit about it, and do distance Reiki this way. I always feel a little awkward when I start, but it's okay. And then after that, we will do tarot readings. So find a comfortable place to sit or lay down. I'm going to start with my hands in the middle like this, connecting my energy. Taking a deep upwards. Taking a deep breath. This is a good way to help ground your energy, especially if you feel really scattered and like things have just been really crazy lately. It's essentially just taking time for yourself and showing yourself some care, some grace. Chokure, chokure, chokure. Sayaki, sayaki, chokure, chokure, chokure. Natasha shaman, Natasha shaman, Natasha shaman. Chokure, chokure, chokure. All right, so I'm going to start at the crown chakra. I'm going to put my hand on my forehead and then the other hand behind my head, cradling my skull. The crown chakra is your connection to source, to the universe, to your higher self, to God, whatever you believe in. Is your source to that connection. And as it's open, you may receive messages in the form of like, a deeper intuition, or if you're in a position where you're like, is this right or wrong for me? Then it will pop up like, it's right, or it's wrong, It'll be little messages like that. It's nothing scary. And while we're in a similar position, I'm going to go to the third eye, which is located in your forehead. That is your connection to your intuition, your gut feelings. A lot of times in our culture, we are taught not to trust our gut feelings, not to trust how we feel about things in general. And in that, it creates a lot of confusion for when our gut feelings are telling us something versus how we feel on the surface about something, which are two completely different feelings. Because our surface feelings can cloud our gut intuition pretty easily. Next is the throat chakra. I'm going to take both my hands and put them behind my neck like this, kind of cradling. It's a pretty safe position. Your throat chakra is your ability to speak, to share your true self with the world, to speak your truth and speak who you really are to others. And that often gets blocked in our society, especially when people monitor who we are, or we monitor ourselves. I do it a lot with like social media, where I'll like censor myself because I'm like, I'm overthinking it, I'm overthinking, do I say this? Do I say that? And it's like, well, if I say something that's bad, people are going to check me for it. And I have to understand that that's okay. And we can learn, because people say stupid stuff all the time. And as long as you're open to learning, you can never really be all that wrong, because eventually you will learn. See, even that, it sounds like a stupid way of saying that, but I'm overthinking it. I'm going to take one of my hands and put it right here on the throat, and then take the other hand and go on the heart chakra, connecting those two. There's been a lot of, especially for me at least, trouble with my throat chakra over the past couple weeks, just because of how overwhelmed I've been and how I'm overthinking everything. And sometimes it needs a little extra love and care. The heart chakra is your ability to love and be loved and be open to experiencing that love. When it's closed off, it can feel like, you don't want to let anyone in. When it's too open, it's allowing people to walk all over you. But when it's just open, it allows other people to come in your life, or for you to share your love with other people without expecting anything in return, and knowing that just sharing that love is good. I'm going to take the hand that was on my throat, and I'm going to move to my sternum, which is right above my stomach. That's where your solar plexus is. Your solar plexus is your personal power, your self-empowerment, your self-esteem. It has creative, fiery, sun-like energy. When it's out of whack, you might feel really insecure, like you're having a hard time gaining clarity of what you're doing, like you're not sure where you're at, not sure who you are anymore. That and the throat chakra might be out of whack. The thing I think, and I'm even struggling with it right now, and I'm noticing it, which is why I'm going to bring it up, is that we have been taught a lot to not trust ourselves. And even as I talk about these things, I'm like, I could be saying something stupid, but it's coming from the heart. And if I do ever say something stupid, I can learn from it. And that in itself is such an important thing to learn. Because if you are always open to learn, you can always change, and you can always make things better for yourself. I'm going to take the hand that was on my heart, and I'm going to move that to my lower stomach. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the hair comment. So my hands on my sternum and my lower stomach. The lower stomach is your sacral, and that is your passion, your creativity, your connection to your father, your connection to your sexuality, your connection Yeah, it's your just creative, passionate energy all sits in that chakra. And as you work through different things in your life, you might notice that certain chakras open or close, and it just might be that you just don't feel as balanced in some of those areas. And if any of this interests you, I highly recommend looking into chakras and what they represent and how you can work with them, because it's crazy how much they tap into our personality traits and the things that we grew up believing and all of that when you really look at it. And then lastly, we're going to go to the root chakra, which is I'm going to put one hand on my lower back where my spine is, and then I'm going to take another hand and put it either on my leg or your foot. It could also just be on your lower back if that's more comfortable. So I'm going to just do that from the position I'm in. And your root chakra is your base, your foundation, your core. It's the first 5 years of your life. It's your ability to feel grounded. And from here, I'm going to imagine a white light shooting out from the top of my head into the sky, connecting me to the heavens. And then from below, from the bottom of my feet, I'm going to imagine, or from where you're sitting, imagine roots coming out and grasping into the ground, grounding me into the earth so I can feel the earth beneath me. I am grounded here on earth, and I am open to the heavens. I am open, and my energy is open. I'm going to take both my hands back and put them together in like a prayer type pose. And just take a deep breath. So I hope that helped some people. It's a nice way to ground energy and just kind of come back to a more calm place. It's kind of a similar feeling to like meditation, but it's a little more in depth and involved. Do I have to use points to request reading? No, you don't. I'm going to start readings in just like a couple minutes. I'm going to get ready for readings. So if you want a tarot reading, there's a little thing on the screen. If you want a reading, type your birthday, month, and year in the chat and your question, or if you want a general reading. I ask for the birthday, month, and year because I use that to get your life path number, which let me pull that up so I can read you a little synopsis about it. And I do that because when I started doing more, when I got more into tarot, I realized that my innate reaction was to always pull 5 cards. When they teach you like past, present, future, which is 3 cards, or like different tarot spreads, I always pulled 5. And then I found out that my life path number in numerology is 5. So to make it more personal for each person that I do readings for, I like to do that. Hi, Lauren. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Let me figure out your number. Okay, so your life path number is 6. 6 is the peace lover. The number 6 is a loving, stable, and harmonious vibration ruled by Venus. Compassionate, stable, family-loving, trustworthy, domesticated. If expressed negatively, they could be superficial, jealous, possessive, and unwilling to change. They always have to throw in the negatives. You're torn between men. I want to know what the cards think about that. Okay. So I'll pull 6 cards. If you want a reading, just let me know your birthday, month, and year, and your question, or if you want just a general reading in the chat. Okay, let me see. I fucking love tarot. It's so literal sometimes. Because like right in the middle is the 2 of Swords, having to make a decision between 2 things. I'm like, you so silly. Okay. Let me see. Personally, when I look at it overall, the cards don't really want you to focus on either. They want you to focus on you. They're saying you're not focusing enough on yourself. Because you're in this decision. There's like a stillness. There's a weird peace around it. I mean, not weird, but like there is a peace around it. So we start with the 10 of Pentacles here, which is blessings, prosperity, suitable conditions for making new investments, legacies, blessings. And there's a lot, honestly, of like pentacle energy here, which is usually around work stuff or money. And maybe there's something with money that has to do with these relationships, but there's a lot here that's talking about that. Then we have the Queen of Wands, who is dynamic, confident, strong-willed, which is really here to represent you in the whole thing. Then you have the 2 of Swords, trying to make decisions out of the different pasts. Then we have the Princess of Pentacles. She's studious, self-reliant, good-natured, potential for new creative phases. Happy news about friends and family, good news about money. Again, lots about money. Then we have the Ace of Pentacles, like starting new beginnings that have to do with around money or financial gain, deep peace, material benefits, job offers, contracts. In a relationship, it's a situation that is well grounded, secure, and peaceful. Then we have the Moon. Change, imagination, creativity, withdrawal, psychic awakening. Any loneliness or confusion you feel will pass as this phase reaches its natural completion. The best advice I could give you is that if you are stuck between two people, the one that makes you feel the most like yourself and brings you the most peace and joy is the one. Whatever one has more, the only word I can think of is drama attached to them, is not the one. I'm going to pull just like I'm going to pull 2 cards and just, I want to see what they say. Yeah, I can feel the peace. It's weird. I can feel it. Like yeah. You might be torn, but you feel fine about it. It's like a weird, yeah. I'm going to pull a card for each person and just see what it says. So here's for, I don't know what the people are, but I'm just going to go with, here's one of the people. Here's the other one. Maybe you'll know as I talk about them which one it pertains to. Yeah. Okay, so one of them, and it's weird because you might think this is the worst one, but this is the best one of the 2. One of them has the Death card, which means that they are, that with this person, it's ending one cycle and starting a new one. There is potential for new beginnings with this relationship. You feel differently with this relationship. Whereas with this other one, it's the 10 of Wands, which is, there's a burden attached to it. There's a lot of baggage attached to it. There's a lot more labor that goes into this relationship. One of them you'll have more peace with. One of them you will have to work much harder at. If that makes any sense. Go for the one that gives you peace. I personally don't work with deities, but I could ask. Okay, so the next one would be Joan. Joan is a life path number of 7. Okay, I'll just read you a little bit about yours then. The deep thinker. The number 7 is a spiritual vibration. These people are not very attached to material things, are introspective and generally quiet, ruled by Neptune. Unusual, introspective, intuitive, psychic, wise, reserved. Could be melancholy or leave too much to chance or hard to reach. In a big phase of change, your health is complex and it may be causing me to leave my dream job. Okay, let me see. We're in a really life-altering phase, and it might not. I feel like it's going to get better at some point near the end of December. but it might not feel fully gone until like March, which is really annoying. Well, it ends very positively with the world. Immediately, just like that's the bit. There's a lot of hope there because the world is when your things are in flow, at peace, contentment. There's a lot of optimism in this spread. For Joan, we start with the Hermit, which is like a stillness, kind of introverted, feeling like you need to withdraw from things. Then we have the Feralt, which is harmony, and it's a different card in traditional tarot, but this is a Druid tarot deck. This is like harmony, creating harmony in your life, creating a space that's more comfortable. Right now I'm just going off of intuition, but I'm going to pop in some of the actual keywords here from the deck just so you have them. Fluency between worlds, creative, harmony, peace, alchemy, harmony and successful creative endeavor. Yeah. Then we have the Seven of Cups, which is feeling like you're missing out, feeling like there's opportunities that are slipping through your fingers, feeling like you're focusing on the wrong things, like there's just this illusion around you that you can't see through. So then we have the High Priest, which talks about doing things in a more traditional sense, which could be like, your job, or finding a job that has a better routine, or focusing on routine. This also can represent like higher education, guidance, mentorship, seeking advice from someone who could be a mentor. But in this, it feels like needing something that's more routine, that's more stable. And then we have the Death card, which is ending one cycle and starting a new. So if you are in a position where you are leaving that job, the thing that might be the best option for you, and it says it's the best option for you, is to be in a job that is helping you focus on your health right now, as opposed to getting ahead in life. Like in this cycle where you're at right now, and this is not a permanent cycle, you can change it at any time. There will always be another job. There will always be another path, another opportunity. If you focus on yourself right now and slow down, it will be better for you than you could have imagined, because the rate that you've been going is not sustainable. But we have the Prince of Pentacles after that. And the Prince of Pentacles is a change in lifestyle, the ability to like lead and move forward from this position with like being practical, realistic. The qualities may need to be used. These qualities may need to be used in order to improve your health through exercise and nutrition. It's just interesting that it has health in there when you're talking about health. And then we have the World, where everything is more in flow and in balance. What I'm getting is that you can grieve the things that you're losing, but they're not lost forever. Leaving a flight attendant job, probably it's too hard on my body and lack structure. Yeah. What I'm getting is that you need more routine. You need something that's going to be easier on you as a person. And in that, you're going to be able to take care of yourself in a way that you're going to move forward with so much more joy. So I understand, like, if there's a lot of grief around leaving your dream job, but it's going to lead to something that's going to, at least for this season of life, make you feel so much better. I hope that helps. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mothman, are you still here? Let's see. Let me get yours. If you would like a reading, you can leave a comment in the chat with your date of birth, or your life path number and your question. Yes, okay. And your question, whether it's general or specific. Weird. Okay. Your life path number is 1. I don't get that often. 1 is the leader. The number 1 indicates the ability to stand alone and is a strong vibration ruled by the sun. Keywords are independent, creative, original, ambitious, determined, self-assured. Could be arrogant, stubborn, impatient, or self-centered. They always got to throw in the negatives, but it's a balance. We balance. But you're a leader, that's for sure. So, okay, what I'm getting is that the deity that you think is trying to contact you is, but it's not as much as like your guides are trying to connect with you, and that you might be confusing the two. But what they're trying to say is well, there's this feeling, okay, so you have the 7 of Wands, and so there's this feeling of being really cautious of what you're doing. You're expecting something bad's going to happen. And because you're expecting it, you're attracting it. And stop it. Stop doing that, is what they're saying. Stop doing that. You're anticipating that this something bad is going to happen. Let me pull another. Yeah, then we have the Eight of Cups, which is letting go of the things that it's just, this is a trauma response. Feeling like something is going to happen. It has to happen. Something bad has to happen. I can't have something. Something bad has to be happening. It's a trauma response. It's a limiting belief and a trauma response. And it's there. The Eight of Cups is like, we need to let this go because it's holding you back from what you really need. You can't bring in anything new or manifest anything new when these things are holding you back. We have to let go of it. We have to move away from that. So if they do that, then what? What's the outcome? Oh. Just like, well, you got the Lovers. So whether or not that's I have to cover her nips. Whether that's being open to love again or fully loving yourself, either or, you are having the ability to be open to that love again, to be open to something that's really powerful, passionate, that's right there, but your fear is holding you back from it. So working on shifting your perspectives of those fears that you have is going to help you greatly with bringing in the things that you've been really wanting. I hope that helps. If anybody has any follow-up questions, you can let me know. Or if anybody is here and wants a reading, just let me know your life path number or your birthday, month, and year. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. Hold on, I got one more for Mothman. It jumped out at me. It jumped out. I gotta see what it is. I mean, it's the Seven of Swords, and usually this is acquiring more information. So hold on. Let's see. Yeah, insights, strategy, new ideas, challenge old assumptions, and great progress is made. That. Allowing yourself to be open to new perspectives, new ideas, and that's going to create that progress. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. But yeah, if you would like a reading, let me know your birthday or your life path number and your question, general or specific. If you do general, it's just kind of like seeing what's going on overall right now, whatever spirit wants to tell you. And if you do a specific question, obviously that's going to be on that. And if you have already had a reading, you are welcome to ask any follow-up questions if you have them. Oh, you're welcome. I hope that, thank you. I'm glad that that helps you. Yeah, because honestly, the thing that is both the most irritating and the most helpful in all of this is that it's us. We're the problem. We're the ones that have been through X, Y, and Z, and we have a hard time, letting something go, or we have a hard time seeing it from a different perspective because we grew up a certain way or we're only taught a certain way. So actively seeking out new perspectives, new ideas, people who are talking about these real life things that we're going through, to hear other perspectives openly, all helps. But that's been the most frustrating thing for me, is like every time I find out something I need to work on or something that is holding me back, it's always just something that I'm perpetuating. Like I have a trauma because somebody said something or did something when I was younger, and then now I'm like, I'm still operating out of that trauma, or I'm operating out of that mindset of survival, or I'm operating out of that belief system that I grew up in that is just some people's belief and not how things have to be. It's crazy. Let's see. So if there's anybody else who would like a reading, let me know. I'm just hanging out, just chilling. Or if anybody wants to just talk about anything, let me know too. I'm down. I've had this weird thing lately where I've been thinking about how I perceive history. And I've talked a little bit about it before because it's still something I'm working through in my brain. Why I perceive history so weirdly. Maybe it's our education system, maybe it's just my perception. But you know, like trying to put myself in the positions of different people in different time frames. So like for instance, I was watching A Knight's Tale last night, and I actually hadn't seen that movie, even though it's like a classic 90s, early 2000s movie. And meant to be more of like a, I guess slightly satirical, but it's like a, you know, funny way of viewing that time period. And you know, as we continue to change our consciousness as a society, ooh, that's a good question. But as a society, I feel like, you know how we have moments where it's like, oh, we're all kind of awakening to the idea of, like, women are awakening to the idea of not needing men and therefore wanting men to spend more time working on themselves because we want to be with them as friends and companions and not just like a security blanket type of thing like we've had to because of laws and stuff before. And it makes me wonder, like, is this a new perspective, or is this a perspective that people have had throughout time but only a few people have had it, and now it just has more mass appeal of a thought process? Same thing with like pretty much anything that we've progressed on as a society. Makes me wonder. Do you feel like your decks have attitudes and personalities at all? Not necessarily. I see what you mean. I definitely feel like certain decks have more, like this one for instance is my main deck, and it has the most energy attached to it. It has the most it's the one I'm most connected to. I feel like it's like a part of me in a way. You know what I mean? Whereas other decks don't have that same connection, but they, to me, when they have like attitudes and stuff, it's not the deck to me, it's my guides. So it's my guides that are having the personality or the attitude. They're the ones like yelling at me, like, or being very literal about things, or like, I remember when I first got really into tarot, it was after a bad breakup and I was like losing myself, and I got really into this to feel some sort of hope again. And You're a 1, Mojo? Oh my god. Of course you are. The leader. So I got really into it, and I remember being like, are we gonna get back together? Are we gonna get back together? Just asking until I was exhausted doing readings, right? Because my anxiety was so high. And I was asking the question in 50 million different ways, and until I just exhausted myself and had to go to bed because I was so anxious about this breakup that I had, and I was so upset that it ended because I thought like this is somebody I was going to marry because I was love bombed into thinking that. But every time it was like, girl, I'm not telling you shit. I'm not telling you nothing. What do you mean? And I would just keep pulling until there was some card that gave me some semblance of hope, even though the cards were literally telling me, shut the fuck up. Like, it was like, I'm not telling you nothing. These lips are sealed, is what the cards were saying. But yeah, I know what you mean. I do feel like, depending on how much you work with decks and how you feel when you're working with them, I do feel like they could develop that type of attitude or personality. That's me with asking over and over again if we'll get back together. Yeah, I did that. That's why I'm like, that's why, Lauren, when we talked about it, I relate so much to what you're going through because I did that. What? Just rest. Just chill. Just chill. 4 of Swords. Fucking just chill. Fuck off. The cards are so dumb. How dare you? Okay, Mojo. I can't believe your number's only 1. Mojo, number 1, the leader. The number 1 indicates the ability to stand alone and is a strong vibration ruled by the sun. Independent, creative, original, ambitious, determined, self-assured, if expressed negatively, arrogant, stubborn, and impatient, and self-centered. What does mine say about me? Hold on. I'm a 5. Oh my god. Stop. The freedom lover. Fuck off. The number 5 is an intellectual vibration. Fuck off. These are idea people with love of variety and the ability to adapt to most situations, ruled by Mercury. Adaptable, freedom-loving, romantic, resourceful, witty, fun-loving, curious, flexible, accommodating. If expressed negatively, non-committal, irresponsible, inconsistent. Fuck off. I feel so called out. Okay. I wouldn't consider myself to be non-committal, but I can see what it means. Stubborn and impatient, yes. Creative, yes. I do not see myself as any kind of leader or anything like that, though. I do. I see you that way. Sometimes we just don't see certain things about ourselves, though. Mine do that a lot. The cards and guides are often like, if you already know the answer, why am I wasting my energy? They're like, again, I have literally, like, I have, as I've developed more of my intuition and my mediumship, which I didn't have until recently or I didn't believe it until recently because of my connections with my grandparents who recently passed away. And then I said this on stream like last week, but what's crazy is, hi Ethan, welcome back. But I said this on stream the other day, how I was in my car and I was chilling and I was thinking about and connecting with what I thought was my grandparent, or what I think is my grandparents. I was feeling their energy. And out of nowhere, my grandpa's like, earthquake. Haha. And I was like, what? What? What do you mean? What? And I live in like a very earthquake prone area. So I was like, okay, whatever. If there's an earthquake tomorrow, I'm going to really freak out. There was a 5.0 earthquake the next day. It was like an hour away from me. And I was like, well, I didn't feel it, but I get the haha now. It was like, you're going to know that I'm talking to you. I was like, fuck, all right. I got you. I don't usually get like premonitions or things like that, so that was pretty nuts. But there will be times when I'm like pulling cards and they'll be like, again, you need to, why are we still asking this? What are you talking about? So totally. How, unless you're talking about how I can lead people into trolling. I don't know, you exude, Mojo, you exude a leadership energy. And I don't really know, it's not like I'm going to see you leading, but I feel like if we were in a group of people, you would have a strong opinion about something that we would want to go do or something like that. I just have a feeling. You just have, you give an energy of leadership. Doesn't mean you have to lead. I for instance have, I believe, more, well, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like I exude an energy. Well, it kind of goes back and forth. I feel like I exude an energy of leadership. However, I often don't do it. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. However, because of the trauma I've been through, it makes me often sit in the back and not take a leadership position because I feel like I can't in some way. Hi, Mel. Well, you came in at the perfect timing. If anybody wants a reading, let me know either your life path number in numerology or your birthday, month, and year in the chat, and I can calculate it myself. And let me know your question, or if you want a general reading, and I can give you one for free. Just letting me know that. But like I was talking about during the Reiki part, there's so much of us are literally taught to ignore our intuition as if it's like, because a lot of people don't understand the difference between feelings and a gut feeling. Like, I can feel, like, we have multiple feelings going on at the same time pretty much all the time. We're not just feeling happy usually. We're feeling like, for instance, how do I feel right now? I feel calm and anxious. I feel both. The anxiety is calmer, and further down my body I can feel the actual place. It is in my lower back, not all the way down, like this, like part way in the middle lower part of my back. That's where the anxiety is sitting. I feel calmness everywhere else, here up, but I have anxiety sitting there. And I think that a lot of people don't recognize, they want to say like that they're one thing. I'm sad, I'm happy, I'm angry, I'm whatever. But like usually you're feeling multiple emotions at once, multiple feelings at once. And because we're not taught how to have emotional intelligence. Do you need the birth time as well? No, just the date. I just use it to get your life path number. I always trust my gut. Yes. I feel like some people have been fortunate to have been either taught by parents or taught by certain people, or just have always innately trusted their gut more than other people. I've been that person, but I've also been taught not to. So it's been like a weird juxtaposition, which is again like my name, Tragic Glamour. It's actually my my MySpace name from back in the day, but it describes so much of who I am, and that there's a constant feeling of polarity of like there has to be good and bad. It's like the yin yang thing. That's just always been a, and maybe it's because my name's Tragic Glamour that I'm attracting that. I didn't even think about that. God, maybe I should change my name to just Glamour. Just there's only glamour, there's no tragedy ever. Oh no, I never thought of that. Oh, I don't like that. I don't want to change my name. All right, I'll do Melanie. After something. Oh, hi, Butch. Yes, you can. Thank you for the sub. Oh, wait. Thank you for the sub. 7 months, Butch. Oh my god. You might be one of my longest running subs. Okay, let's just. Okay, wait, hold on. I want to finish reading Mojo's. After something that happened where I could have died when I had a soul deep feeling that shouldn't go to that place. Yeah, I mean, that's totally it, right? I have those feelings all the time, and I feel very fortunate when people actually listen to me. Like, there was one time where I was on a girls' trip, and we were thinking about going someplace, and I was like, I really don't think we should go. Something feels really wrong about it. Okay. Okay, I got Mojo, then Mel, then Butch. Okay, so Mojo, we're doing yours. You want to know about your love life. Mel, do you have a specific thing, like a question, or do you just want a general reading? There's a lot going on. There is. And I was saying, Butch, I don't know if you probably weren't here. Right now we're in a lunar eclipse, a Mars retrograde, and we're still in like the weird Uranus Saturn things that are going on right now. So it's fucked. I also feel I've had a rough couple weeks, and I think a lot of other people have as well. Yes. Okay, so let's. That was funny. Okay. All right. Mojo. Mm. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Mojo, are you ready? Hold on. Okay. So I pulled 3 because I want clarity. So we have the Prince of Cups. This is for Mojo. Who idealistic, empathic, romantic, um, a conflict between the heart and a need to take action. This is like the energy of where you're at. You're feeling like you want to have relationships. You're feeling like you're open to that idea again. You're feeling vulnerable but open. But you're expecting heartbreak. And that's the problem. You're expecting, based on how things go, based on experiences, not coming out of nowhere, but based on experiences, you're expecting it's not going to go well. Because of that, it's not going well. Because you are expecting that this is the outcome that's going to happen. It's not happening at all. Or it's not happening in a way that's bringing in positive results. Positive, yeah. Then we have the King of Wands, and this is a very like calm but resolute, an optimistic standpoint. If you are, basically it's telling you stop expecting this, because if you're optimistic, you're going to get way more that comes with it. It's the mentality of stop telling people how to feel about you before they have a chance to decide how they feel about you. Stop telling people, or stop deciding that maybe somebody wouldn't like you for X reason or Y reason when they haven't even had a chance to try. And any person that does get to the point where they're judging you that quickly off of something like, for instance, weight or fashion or makeup or hair or something physical, you know what I mean? Like, if somebody is judging you for things that are surface level, that make you feel less than, it's automatically not the right person. That is your red flag. Dating app red flag. Get away from me. Not into it. There's never going to be a point, because that person who is judging based solely on looks is going to only be, they're looking for somebody to be a trophy. They're not looking for somebody to be a partner. They're looking for someone who other people are going to be like, oh my God, you're with them? No way. So cool. They're hot. I can't believe you scored that. Good for you. Hi, kiddos. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the follow, by the way. They're not looking for a relationship. They're looking for a prize. And that's not really, I think, what most people want. I think most people want a partnership, a companion, somebody to live life with. So if you take the advice to expect that people are going to come to you, or expect only positivity in the outcomes of what you're doing, what happens? Oh, just completely different energy. It's a completely different energy. It's the Prince of Wands. It is running. It is passionate. It is eager. It is enthusiasm. It is enjoyment. May indicate moving house or putting ideas into action or meeting interesting people. It is, if you stop expecting that the bad things are going to happen because you've had bad experiences, and allow yourself to be open to the fact that those experiences are in the past, and if they happen now, it is just a general red flag for you to put up a boundary, then you are going to be able to optimistically run in the direction of anybody that comes into your path that is giving you optimistic, loving signs. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm like in a zone. So I hope that makes sense. If you have any additional questions, let me know. Hi, kiddos. How are you? Okay, I'm going to do Mel next, and then Butch, and then kiddos. Your whole life's crumbled the past few months, Butch? What? Feels like that, though. Yeah, there's no list. I'm just doing it off of memory because there's not as many people, but okay. So Mel, it was just general. Mel, your life path number is 3. I already figured that out. 3 is sociable, friendly, outgoing vibration, kind, positive, and optimistic, enjoys life, and has a good sense of humor, ruled by Jupiter. Jovial, friendly, positive, adventurous, self-expressive, but could be extravagant, scattered, and superficial. Okay. By the way, I voted today. I hope that you guys get out there and vote. It's very important. Oh, I understand. You're having like 3 emotions at once. Okay, so this is for Mel. It's just a general reading, right? We have the King of Wands, the Five of Pentacles, and the Three of Wands. There is a feeling of calm and collectiveness, being overshadowed by a feeling of loss and hardship and like an overwhelming feeling that is then still being. I have a very similar thing going on in my life right now as far as feelings, where it's like I'm calm, but there's like an overwhelming feeling along with some hope. There's like a feeling of hope that's keeping you going, but you're very overwhelmed with like you just don't even want to look at it. You know, it's too much. It's too much to look at. I need to pull another one. Okay, then we have the Six of Swords. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we have the King of Wands. We have the Five of Pentacles. We have the Three of Wands. Has a nice optimism to it, like overlooking, like I can see it. I know it's there eventually. And then we have the Six of Swords, which is healing, journeying, like coming back to yourself, coming back to a place of feeling connected again, coming back to like comfort. The end of that rough cycle. It's coming. It is there. That optimism you're feeling, it's there. It is coming. Yeah. It will cause it's coming. It's gonna feel like a breath of fresh air. It's gonna feel like a little bit of renewal in life. Like you can start from scratch again, or you can start like you can breathe again and you can continue. So I don't know if that's helpful. It doesn't answer a lot of questions, but just know that what you're going through right now is temporary and it is coming. That sense of relief, that sense of comfort. Okay, hello, welcome in. Thank you for chatting. I have that feeling that it's coming, but how will I know when it's close? When you feel like it's never gonna happen. That's the worst part of it. So I have to say, because a lot of these things do go with the astrological aspects of what's happening right now, if it is moving in that collective consciousness of it, like where the planets are affecting it, which is what I feel like it is, then you will feel that relief more towards the end of this month, and it'll feel a lot better by the end of December. But it's going to feel leagues better by March. It's going to feel like a whole new life by March, because there's a lot of stuff that's changing astrologically in the spring. So there's a lot of hope around that area. But it's right now we're in a really tough time, like transit with astrology, and it's mean. It is vicious. So it'll usually feel like, is it ever going to be here? Is it going to come? And then when it is here, you're going to be like, you're not even going to notice that it's that feeling of comfort and everything is back until maybe like a week into it. Then you're going to be like, oh shit, I feel better. Things are okay. Things are working. Like I feel relief. It's gonna be like that. You're not gonna know that it's changed until it's already changed. But it's gonna be like, if you're, I don't know. So the best advice I can give you is don't look for it to happen. It's just going to happen. Just trust that it is happening. Because if you look for it to happen too much, then you can be like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And then you get too stuck in that mindset. Yeah, I'm stuck in this. When is it going to end? And just hanging. Yeah. I've been like that the past couple weeks as well, just with how everything's been going. And it's like, it's going to happen when it's supposed to, but it's looking like there's going to be a lot more breathing room around like the end of November, and then it's going to feel like a breath of fresh air around the end of December, and then it's going to feel like a weight got lifted in the spring. If that makes sense. There are like 3 different feelings, but it kind of makes sense. Okay. The next one is Butch. I hopped around 3 jobs, got into a fight with my best friend and roommate, and then was really unhappy at the job I ended up at, and was practically abused there, and then it all culminated into, you know, the big one. Breath of fresh air right now before my birthday. I'm here for it, right? I think that the cycle that we're in, it's like that's kind of the weird things about I think a lot of people don't put much emphasis on astrology or like the moon cycles, but I said it this way to my cousin because I grew up in a like Christian family, so they don't believe any of that stuff really, even though it's literally used in the Bible. But okay, I said to my cousin, I was like, it's ridiculous to me that we don't think that the moon has anything to do with how we feel or what we deal with in life, when the moon rules the tides and our bodies are made up of mostly water. How could we not have some sort of effect or feeling from the moon if the moon is so connected to water? So to me, like, everything is connected. Like, the whole, like, we are one, everything is connected. I fully believe that. My garbage hill story about how more tragedies happen in the fall is because the goodness would go into a deep sleep, and the horned god isn't as nurturing as the goddess. So usually when it hits the goddess, will always hold her in her arms. When she's in deep sleep, she will hold us more spiritually. Interesting. That's beautiful. We're also, live in a society where we're constantly told we need to do things all the time and be on top of things and be doing things better than everyone else and do 50 things at once. And we were not built to do that as people. We are not built to that. We were not made to do that. We are supposed to go through seasons. We ebb and flow. We are people who are supposed to have time off in our lives to literally reflect on our lives and things we're going through, to make changes, to do things. We're not supposed to be working 24/7 and have time where we don't think. It doesn't allow you, doesn't allow us to be mentally human. Exactly. And it's really difficult because then you get people who are like, oh, well, you don't even work hard. You work at McDonald's or you work at this. And it's like, dude, every job is hard. It's just different levels of hard, different things that are hard. It's emotionally and mentally draining and physically to work a retail job. Whereas, like, working at a corporation, it's those things too, but at a different level. Or working construction is physically and mentally and everything exhausting at a different level. Every job is tiring. No job is better or worse or harder, whatever, than anything else, except for maybe, they'll be like, oh, well, a CEO, they think a CEO is a hard job. And I'm like, why? Because they're stressed? Because they have other people's jobs at stake? Most CEOs can own other companies. How can you do that if it's not an easy job? It's an easier job. But it does have problems. It does have stressors. It does have emotional, mental, and maybe even sometimes physical problems attached to it. So we're all just looking for somebody to blame for something. And really, we all need to be more compassionate to ourselves and each other. Yeah. Yeah, it's that whole idea of just because you're going through something doesn't mean that that person isn't going through something too, or that person's thing isn't hard too. Like, I've been going through hard stuff with my dog. That doesn't mean that my pain of what I've been going through with that is any more or less than somebody else, like losing a grandparent or losing their spouse or dealing with abuse or anything else. Like, it's all pain. It's all hard. It's always me and not us. Yeah. I think that the goal here is to create a more empathic society, a more empathic mentality around people. And I know it's hard because it's always like, well, people suck, blah, blah, blah. You know what streaming has taught me is that most people are actually nice. And that, because I started streaming and I was like so afraid of trolls and people being mean to me and calling me fat and all the different things. And then I realized after I had a few of those instances happen that it wasn't really that big of a deal. And if I went into everything like, Lauren, you're so cute. And if I went into this whole thing as, um, if I went into this whole, I've lost my train of thought completely. Sorry. What was I saying? What was I saying? That happens. My ADHD is bad. That most people are kind. Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Thank you. where, yeah, you've had hit and miss on Twitch. It is hit and miss. It is. But if you go into it with the mentality of people are going to be kind, then just block the people that aren't, you know? Screw them. But like, for the most part, if you go into any situation with a positive mindset and understand your boundaries, that's the key. Yeah, and you know what? That's what's so crazy about, like, because you're saying you're really close to people that you've met through Twitch, and Twitch has taught me too that, like, Twitch has taught me that having a community is way different than I thought it was. Having a community through like social media and all kinds of different things is way different than I perceived it as. Because in this way, where we're able to talk and be interacting with each other and listen to each other and learn from each other and hang out with each other, it's a completely different feeling than like posting a cool photo and like rallying behind some video or like something funny they posted or whatever. Like, this is just genuine connection. It's a completely different feeling. And I know some people have that in the traditional ways of doing social media, but I never had that because I always had a mental like disconnect with it. It didn't seem real. I left work with half a bottle of Prosecco in my Yeti. I'm personally, I was going to talk a little bit about what Kittles was saying, that I'm personally not Wiccan, but I do believe. I mean, my personal belief system, some of it is still connected to Christianity because I grew up in that, and it's hard to let go of. However, my personal belief system is that all religion is the same, that we are all experiencing the same energy, the same spiritual connections, maybe not at maybe at different levels or different feelings with it, but that people have subscribed different rituals, ideas, deities, myths, gods, ideas, whatever, to that, to make it make sense. But really, it's all just the feeling. It is the energy. It is the oneness. It is the connection that we're having. It is the collective consciousness that we're having. It is more than what any one religion can say. And so even taking bits and pieces out of each one, where it's like learning about energy centers, learning to ground yourself by going outside, learning to pay attention to energy and being empathic towards people and treating yourself with kindness and all these different things, you'll see many of those things in various different religions as different practices or ideas, but it is applicable to all people. Yeah, like building blocks. Yeah, it's like it's stuff for all of us to use, but some religions will say like, oh, you can or can't do that. You can or can't. You should do this, but you can't do that. And it's like the rules are the problems that I have with it. Because really, just because something doesn't work for me doesn't mean it doesn't work for you. Just because something works for me doesn't mean it's going to work for you. We're all different. Need a bathroom break? Totally. Bathe while I'm gone, I will. The feels are strong today. Yes. The cozy here is wonderful. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you feel the cozy. Okay, let me go to Butch's stuff now. The sense of community, totally. I've learned that setting boundaries can create a protected path for me to follow on my path. Ooh, it's kind of nice. Does that make any sense? Yes, because you are choosing what you are willing to accept in your life, and that creates a feeling of protection. I love that you put protection with that. That's so strong. I have not thought of it in that way before. That makes perfect sense. I love that. Okay. Butch, did you have a specific question? I'm going back looking for it. There it is. I found her. I found her. I found her. I'm ready. Hold on. Near future, end of the year. Ooh, yeah. We love an end of the year. You can never figure out horoscopes. I'm right in the middle of Gemini Cancer. Then that means you have a little bit of both. If you're a cusp baby, then you're a little bit of both. And really, like, for me personally, when I look at astrology stuff, when people are like, oh, here's the thing for, because I'm a Taurus, they'll be like, here's the thing for Taurus, and I'm like, cool, okay, what's my Cancer and my Capricorn? Because my moon is in Cancer and my rising is a Capricorn. And usually when you do your big three and you see what all three of them say, that's me. Combine them together, honey. That's me. First day of summer. Oh, that's a nice day. That's a nice day. Yeah, it's like peanut butter and jelly. Put it together. Just put those bitches together. What type of questions can we ask? Most questions. Preferably not stuff about like really, really harsh, like harsh questions. Preferably. Preferably not those. But like anything you could ask just in general, what do I need to know? Or tell me about the next couple months for me, or tell me about my love life, tell me about my health, tell me about my my family, tell me about whatever, tell me what I need to know, tell me about my career. You always forget your sun and rising, your moon, sun, rising. Well, you should probably know your sun. Your sun is what the one most people know, which is the main one. Where even if I ask like random dudes who've never done astrology in their lives, they usually kind of know. They're like, oh, I think I'm a Leo. All right, so I'm gonna do one for Butch now. We're gonna see. Oh, I have to figure out what your number is. I know I've done that before, but I don't remember. I'm feeling a sense of being lost. I want to know how to navigate it. I'm just hollow. I want to know how to go about that. You're a Scorpio, Cap, Leo. It's all about me, baby. Oh. Do people perceive you as an attention seeker? Have you been told that in your life before? Very driven. You view yourself as driven. A Libra Venus. Oh, that's nice. It's funny, I'm on the other side of that spectrum. You know, the funny thing I think a lot of people don't know is that your trauma changes who you are as a person. So your innate traits of that your horoscope, your astrology says about you, your zodiac says about you, your innate traits, you might not even notice about yourself because you have trained yourself out of them. Just an idea. Okay, so let me figure out your number here. 2, 3. Okay, but yours is 6. It took me some extra math. Okay. Your life path number is 6. 6 is the peace lover. Then the number 6 is a loving, stable, and harmonious vibration ruled by Venus. Compassionate, stable, family loving, trustworthy, domesticated. This is where that side of you comes in for sure. I would be interested to see the rest of your numerology. If you're interested in numerology, by the way, there is multiple websites where you can look at stuff, but there's also an app called just Numerology. It's I think you have to pay for it, but it's really cool because you can do like anybody you know's numerology in it. You can make a profile for any of them, and it just goes off of your the same type of information about you as your astrological charts. And it does your it's a cool thing to check out if you ever want to look into more things about yourself. So compassionate, stable, family loving, trustworthy, domesticated, could be superficial, jealous, possessive, unwilling to change. That Scorpio energy. That description is dead on, right? It's so funny. Kittles, you're a Scorpio too? I see it. I see it. I love a Scorpio. My best friend is a Scorpio. Also, a cool thing to look up if you've never looked it up before is human design. It's another really cool thing to look at. You're going to get in line for reading too? Okay. Your daughter's a Scorpio as well. I love a Scorpio. I feel like they get a bad rap, but because they can be like jealous and kind of possessive. But like, can't anybody? Let me just check really quick. I think Kittles is next. And then if anybody else wants a reading, let me know your life path number, or if you don't know it, your birthday, month, and year in the chat, and your question, or if you want a general reading. Okay. As your ride or die bitch in your life, get a Scorpio. You're a borderline Scorpio Sag. That makes a lot of sense. You have a very strong energy, Kittles. You have like a... I think people could refer to it as intimidating. If you've ever been told you're intimidating. You have a strong energy that not everybody can handle. And it's not anything that you're doing. It is simply just a way of being. But it's kind of a good thing. I think those things are meant to challenge other people. It also could be a protective barrier. Okay, Annie will be after Kittles. I had to look it up because I couldn't remember. Your sun is Capricorn, your moon is Pisces, and your rising is Libra. Oh, are you very emotional? A very emotional but creative person is usually Pisces. And when it's in your moon, it extra hits hard with the emotions. Capricorn is a very driven sign, and then Libra is very aesthetic. And Libra is a good counterpart to like Taurus. We have a lot of aesthetic like views. Scorpio sun, Libra moon. Yep. Yep. Having a cat moon is like a freight train. Freight train. Once it starts to go, it does not stop. I mean, yeah. My rising is in Capricorn, and she's driven, girl. She's pushing. She pushes me hard. I became very emotional when I was pregnant, and it never left before that. I was stone cold. It might have opened up something that you had shut off from trauma. It's very possible. Especially if you're a kid and you're told that you need to be a certain way, it's easy to shut off certain aspects of yourself that are usually innate within you, especially when it comes to emotions. So if somebody was like, don't cry about that, don't do that, like, I don't know what you've been through, but that is often like that kind of language from parents, especially, causes a lot of self-suppression that causes a lot of problems. And the parents don't realize they're doing it. They just want peace because they're exhausted and overwhelmed, and it's like, you know, it sucks, but it's a chain reaction. I've told this story before too, but when I was nannying, I nannied for these kids who I'd been with since like they were 10 months old. And at one point, one day, I made a silly comment about how one of the girls' feet smelled. And the next day, she did not want to take off her shoes. And I was like, oh no, is this because of what I said? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, honey. I did not mean to do that. I just meant maybe we need to get you thicker socks because I have smelly feet. And if I have thick socks, it doesn't smell as much at all. So don't you worry at all about it. It just, when we sweat, our feet can get smelly. You don't have to worry about it at all. It's not a bad thing at all. And after we had like a talk about it, she was fine. She took her shoes off and never talked about it again. But if I would have not caught that moment, if I would have not noticed that she had that had created a traumatic response to being like, crap, now I can't take my shoes off because they smell and she's going to say something. It's like, if I didn't see that, it could have created something that then sprung something else. It still could technically, but because I talked to her about it, she was able to move past that. And a lot of parents are so overwhelmed with what they're going through in life that they're not able to see when those things happen, and therefore don't catch them. And then it becomes a traumatic event for that person. Even though it's such a small thing, it becomes something that turns into something else. Yeah, most people don't catch those. Has to be done with my kids. We're all about self-expression. Scream if you're mad, cry if you're sad. Then we will talk about things when they settle. Yeah. And they're more open with us. Exactly. Okay. Butch. Oh, honey. Immediately, the overwhelming, the the pressure, the baggage, maybe not baggage, but like like you are carrying this anxiety. She's carrying, but in the bad way. She doesn't want to carry all that. We do have the energy is very uplifting. This is where we're at, but it's not where we're staying. The energy is very uplifting. Not the hesitation. You're like, oh, okay. Everything's fine. Because then we have the Ace of Cups. New beginnings. Overflowing with abundance. Things are coming in. We're able to start fresh. We're able to start new. Then we have the Eight of Wands. So things happening in synchronicity. Happening quickly. Big changes happening quickly. And everything happening within a flow. Then we have the Queen of Swords. Be honest with yourself. Be intellectual. The fucking Eight of Wands. Are you shitting me? You gotta sit there from a practical standpoint. You gotta see how it is. You always pull that card. She wants your radical change, honey. She wants your radical change. Then we have the Chariot. Charging forward, leadership, fame in a chosen field, everything going as you need it to go. Successful endeavors, successful relations with life. Then we have the King of Wands, resolute, optimistic, sitting tall, sitting calm, sitting confident. Let me pull one more. See, I'm telling you, it's positive. 2? Okay. Why? Hold on. Why? Hold on. Hold on. I'm almost there. Hold on. I'm trying to grasp it. Ah. Okay. Because then I randomly pulled 2 cards, and I've never had this happen. It is together the 2 and 3 of Swords, and I'm like, what? Why? Because this is heartache, this is pain, this is mental anguish, this is having to decide between 2 different paths. But then we have the Princess of Cups, and she's imaginative. She's starting a new journey. She's starting a new career. She's starting a new dream. She's able to pursue what she wants. It's the Princess of Cups. Look at how pretty she is. Do other people have lists when they do this? I don't do that. I don't even know how to set that up. That's your matron card? She's beautiful, isn't she? I'm gonna pull one more just for full clarity. Just let me see what it says. Shut up. Shut up. The Fool. You gotta start from the beginning. It's time to start the cycle over. That's why it feels so hard. That's why it's so damaging. That's why it's so painful. We're starting over with insane optimism. The Fool is walking off that cliff because they know that that over that cliff, it is not. They're not going to die. It is not the end. Whenever you are going through a time in your life where there is massive upheaval, a big change, of big things that's happening, it is usually to make way for something new that needs to come in. That's what this is. In the ways that your life is deteriorating or the places where your life needs to change. So the mentality to go into this with is, I trust that what is leaving is supposed to, and what is coming in is what is meant for me. Like a hemorrhage from a really big part of my life. Yeah. Because for me, for instance, okay, I just don't want to see it go. That's it, right? That's what's holding it back. That's what the pain actually is stemming from, is that when you are used to doing something or you enjoy doing something, but it has reached its natural completion, we don't want to let go. because it's become a part of us. Like, for instance, for me, before all of this, I did mainly photography. And I love doing it. I still enjoy doing it. But it is not something that is a main focus of my life at all now, because it can't be. That's not something that is a main aspect of my life right now, because I have to focus my energy on other things. And I have had to grieve losing the life I was living, which was traveling a lot, doing photography all the time, and all this other stuff. I had to grieve losing that because it's just not my path right now. It might be my path again in the future. I might find some great balance, because I'm never going to give it up. You know, I'm never going to not do photography. It's one of my favorite things. But I have to look at it from a different way now, because I'm not doing it out of necessity. I'm not doing it out of need, and I don't have a lot of time to do it. So I have to create some time for that, a lot around the stuff that, or no time for it, but I have to create a little bit of time for that, because most of my time and priorities need to be in this other place now. And it sucks because I don't want it to, but it's also great because it needs to. But know that if you are giving something up, it is because you need to make space for something new. And you can't make space for something new if your plate's already full. I can't keep holding on to trying to make X, Y, and Z work when the only thing that I should be focusing on is X. Y and Z don't need to be there. I was giving something up because it feels like it was taken from me, but I think it still rings so true. Yeah. And I think that part of what we go through with that is that that feeling of, I don't want to let go of it. I don't want to not have it anymore. But especially if you feel like it was taken from you. But if you hold on to the feeling of, I don't want to let go of it, you are holding yourself back from continuing on to the next phase. Finding peace with losing something helps us move forward in a way that's more powerful than we realize. I love this parent conversation that's happening. It's so cute. I'm not reading the whole thing though, but it's adorable. All right, I think it's Kittle's turn, and then who is after Kittle's? I think it was Annie. So let me get up here and just see what's going on. Okay, so Annie is and then Kittle's is here. I should probably start like keeping these for like the future when people come back, but I don't. I just throw it away after. It would probably be easier. They'd be like, you know me, I've been here. All right, so let's do Kittle's and then we can do Annie's. Okay. Okay, I'm going to just calculate this one too. Let me see. 6. Oh, crazy. Okay. Oh my god, thank you so much, Bush. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for the bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. 500 biddies. I think that's like the most bits I've ever gotten. That's crazy. Thank you for that. You're contributing to the DVD too. I'm surprised so many people want to watch me play scary games, so it's going to be funny. Don't I have Lauren in here too? Did Lauren want one? Are bits like tips? Yeah, pretty much. Lauren, didn't you want one? Where were you? Okay, okay, you said you think you're gonna want one. Let me know if you do, and I'll write you on the to be next after Annie. Scary games make me into a marshmallow. You're in there somewhere. Okay. Lauren, let me know, because I forget your birthday and what your question is, so I can write it down right now. I also have to pee, so I might have to run to the bathroom just really fast. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me run to the bathroom just really quickly. I will be lightning fast. Lightning speed. General? Okay. And then I'm going to do Kittles, Annie, Lauren. So many 21s. I know, right? I was just thinking that. So many 2s and 1s. All right, I'm just going to leave this open. Okay, BRB. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I was going to put my BRB sign on, but it's like a lot for the energy right now, so I wasn't sure if you guys would want to have something that would change the energy. Okay. All right, so ooh, Kittles. I think you said general, right? All right. So the reason I was like, ooh, was because Kittles has a life path number of 8, and Annie has a life path number of 11, which is not something I see very often. That was the quickest pee break I think I've ever seen. I have mastered a quick pee break. I have mastered. I will run as fast as I can. Okay, so 8, Kittles. 8 is the manager. Oh my god. I'd like to speak to the manager, Kittles. This is the manager. Number 8 is a strong, successful, and material vibration ruled by Saturn. Ambitious, business-minded, practical, leading, authoritative, successful, courageous, accomplished, organized. Could be tense, narrow, materialistic, or forceful. That's some Sag energy right there. Solid strimmer jacket. Strimmer. Okay. That is some strong Sagittarius energy. That's so funny. Okay. So we'll pull 8. It's funny because it seems like a lot of cards to pull, but every time I have somebody who has a large number, they usually need that many cards. And I'll get to this when I do Annie's, but number 11 for a life path number is really difficult on children. So you might have had a hard time as a kid. Usually it refers back to a 1 if you're a kid, because 11 is a really rough numerology number to have when you're young. Hi, Fairy. Welcome in. Your mother was just Sag. I wish I got to meet her. Oh, that's so... Oh. The only thing that came to the immediate thing that came in when I read that just now was "you will," and that was equally as heartbreaking as reading that. Problem child. Honestly, I couldn't contain my emotions at all. We're not supposed to contain our emotions. Maybe that's why you did the opposite. I still can't. Don't talk to me about it. I cry a lot. Actually, I'm a very emotional person, but I have had a lot of people tell me that that's not a good thing in my life, but I think it is. There is a lot happening here, kiddos. You are feeling all over the place, aren't you? And I know a little bit about your situation, and I'm seeing it play out in front of me. Containing emotions, it's possible, right? It's not a bad thing. Again, I just want to say this, and just in case anybody doesn't know this, there are no bad cards. There is nothing I can tell you that's going to be like, you're going to die tomorrow. That doesn't exist. I have seen and met psychics that have been that way, and I've been duped by, well, I knew I was being duped. I knew that they were not real as soon as it happened. However, scammed, essentially, I guess is the word I'm looking for. However, just know that if you are, for instance, getting a reading from a psychic or something like that, they're not going to tell you you're going to get cancer at 50 and then you're going to die at this time or this and that. It is not happening that way. Literally exactly that, what you just wrote. The future is always changeable. Timelines are dynamic. Reality can be manifested. Nothing is ever set in stone. Exactly that. That exactly. I do believe that there might be some things that are fated in our lives, but for the most part, everything is pretty changeable. Everything is moving, changing. Tomorrow you could decide, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to completely change it. And then your entire path just changed. We literally walk a path with so many other paths. Yes. A world within a world. Yes. It is, we are doing, and yes, we are so many different things. There is no way that somebody can come in and tell you that you are going to do this and it is a definite thing. In fact, the times where I remember having a friend who was like, oh, I went to a psychic when I was this young, and they told me I was going to marry a guy in a band and blah, 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 blah. And I started thinking to myself, okay, but at the time I thought, wow, that's cool. That's crazy. I've never heard of that before. As far as like people actually being right. I've had a lot of psychics be right about my past out of nowhere. Like bring up things that I was like, I didn't tell them and I don't know how they knew that. I've had a lot of that. But when it comes to the future is ever changing. And sometimes when somebody tells you that this is going to happen in your future, you manifest it. You make it happen because it fits the narrative that you believe was supposed to happen. But it doesn't mean it has to happen. So just as a disclaimer, that if you are a person who is into this stuff, when somebody starts coming out and saying things that don't feel right to you intuitively, don't listen. It's not right. Because I've heard all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, people will use this to scam people just as much as they'll use anything else. And unfortunately, most people only hear about the times that people get scammed and think that everything about this is a scam, but it's not. It's just a guide. It's a guiding light. and we always have the power to change our lives. Okay, so the feeling I'm getting from this is, again, that you're very scattered. There is there's good and bad energy. There's like a push and a pull type of thing going on. We have the Hanged Man. I have to hide his peepees. Hold on. We have the Hanged Man, which is usually surrendering to life, understanding that, like, things are going to happen as they're supposed to. I guess I just have to go with this. And it feels like things are going a certain way, and you feel like you just, like, all right, I guess I just have to do it. Like, for instance, so I mentioned a little bit before that my dog is not doing too well, and it's kind of an up and down thing. I don't know if we're gonna lose him or if he's gonna recover, because he does have, like, kidney disease, which is going to eventually take him, probably, but I don't know how long. And currently the problems he's having, we believe, are probably a UTI, but it's causing him to not be able to walk, and it's been really hard. And it's gotten to a point where at first I was just crying the whole time about it because I could barely, like, get through it. And then it got to a point where now I'm at this point, and this is where I feel like you might be at, but in a different situation of I just need to do what I need to do and remove my emotion from it. I have to just get through this type of thing. And it's a hard place to be because it feels numbing, you know? So it feels, there's this feeling of that going on. And then we have the Seven of Swords, which is usually acquiring new information, new perspectives, new ideas and beliefs around things that you're trying to see things from different perspectives. We have the Moon, which is like a still but creative, let me see. The moon, it's full. Yeah, change, imagination, difficult emotional journeys. But it also tells you that it's telling you that the cycle that you're in right now is going to change. It is a cycle that you're in right now, and that's just for right now. It doesn't mean it's forever. Because right now you're feeling like there's loss. Like there's a reason, like there's, like you're not where you want to be. You're not getting what you need. You can't see it. You can't see the hope. Even though it's literally right there. We have harmony and successful creative venture. We have creating harmony in your life again. Then we have the Ace of Swords with, like, fresh new starts, literally starting, like, cutting cutting the bullshit and getting straight to it. We're starting over. Everything's great. But mentally, you're like, I'm fucked. Mentally, it's like, I'm fucked. Fuck it. Because you're preoccupied so much with trying to build this new career, this new thing that you're doing, to where you can't see the positive. You have this preoccupation of everything that's going on, and you're focusing on the negative part of it instead of the positive. So for instance, with streaming, it could be that, like, you're like, I'm not seeing growth, I'm not seeing enough people come in, I'm not seeing this or that, but where is the celebration for the things that you have achieved? Are you celebrating anything that you have achieved in what you're doing? Have you focused on the positive aspects that have come in that you've experienced? So for instance, you hit 1,000 followers. That's huge. How long have you been streaming? If it's been less than a year, that's a big accomplishment for a lot of people. Like, I've been streaming since February. I didn't really hit my stride until like July. And since I've been like really in my stride, things have been just continuing, but they only continue so much. Sometimes I'm only going to have a few people watching, or sometimes I'm going to have a lot of people watching, and it's so unpredictable, right? It's so annoying and unpredictable. But this is where we take the time to figure out, like, okay, Lauren, if you're watching, because I just saw your text because you popped up. That totally works for me. But I will. Here, I'll just text you back. Okay. See, and I don't want to come in any way. I'm super goal oriented. I had a 1K. I was like celebrating for a day, or two, and then my mind switched to the next goal. What's next? So yeah. That's kind of, I feel like, we're taught even in our society to not celebrate things. I am the same way. My Capricorn rising says, bitch, you better work to the next goal. Don't, you did things? I don't know about that. You know, and but the thing is, we actually need to start making a big deal out of the things that we do achieve, even if they're much smaller than anything else any other people are doing. It is definitely important to celebrate those things. And then when we do feel like we want to change things or do something or whatever, I think the big thing when it comes to streaming, and the one thing I could say to anybody, but the one thing I've also noticed with your streams is that um is that figure out what atmosphere you want your stream to have, and focus on just creating that. Because I feel like it's a little muddled personally, and this is just my actual like personal opinion, as far as how are we supposed to feel when we're here. And usually it's just chill vibes. That's usually the impression I get when we're hanging out in your stream. Chill vibes, chilling, stuff like that. So if you were like, I just want this to be a safe space, I just want this to be chill, I just want to have people come in here and hang out, and like, that's the vibe. That's the vibe. You don't have to like be a certain way. You don't have to act a certain way. You just be yourself. Focus on that vibe life. And I do feel like you do that. But if you have like a certain, I don't know, I mean, I'm working on that, on my own stuff, trying to figure out what my vibe is. My vibe is always changing, I feel like, at that point. That's the whole channel I base it on. Even if it's scary, I literally am myself under. Yes, exactly. It's my escape to be me. Yes. And I feel like it's hard because we are living in this social hellscape of, for the longest time, we were told we needed to be a certain way in order for something to work. Like, need to act a certain way to have a YouTube channel. You need to act a certain way as a streamer. You need to act a certain way on social media. You need to be a certain way in order to attract people or become like media trained, essentially. And it's like, no, just be yourself and keep pushing like you have been, and people will find you. That's the whole point, you know? Hi, thank you so much. Welcome in. Thank you, Fairy. That's so sweet of you. You've been going through a rough time with mental health. Yeah. I'm constantly learning, you know? I'm not the end all be all of anything that I'm saying, because I'm constantly learning. And that's why I have a hard time even with the idea of like gurus or people even teaching things. I have a hard time even like being like, oh, I could teach you how to do this, but like at the same time you could learn that from any YouTube video. And it's just like, I feel like anything I say or whatever is kind of irrelevant sometimes. However, being able to just talk openly and freely and being myself here shows me that there are people who are not hearing that stuff other places, and that sometimes it's good to just be out there and talk and be yourself. And everything is stemming from what I said earlier about the friend, though. Oh yeah. Hi, thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna get a couple more cards just for clarity. It's bringing me down so bad mentally and emotionally, making me second guess myself because I feel compared at times of their numbers thrown at me. Is it something that your friend is doing, or is it something that you're doing comparing yourself to them, or are they actually actively doing something that is making you feel that way? That's the clarity I need. It's been out for 11 years and finished a long time ago, almost my life. Tell me who I needed to be until I finally said no. Honestly, Annie, right? I feel like I vibe. You know what? It's so funny. I grew up in a, like I said, a Christian family, and I'm a drag queen, and I'm around a lot of people, specifically trans people, and I've heard their stories. And as I never really viewed anyone differently because I wasn't hearing that rhetoric. However, I have heard it over time, but I didn't hear that rhetoric at home, you know, where it was negative towards trans people or even gay people. And so when I did hear it, I was like, whoa. But when I've talked to my mom about introducing her to trans people and sharing the experiences I've heard, like relaying that to her, because she didn't grow up hearing it or being around people who were trans or anything like that. When I've shared that with her, she's related so much to it, and I related so much to it, because the experience of feeling excluded for who you are as a person is something that can happen in every other avenue, specifically when you grow up in a family that is focused on being a specific way, like a lot of Christian families are, you know. And it's really rough. So while I cannot at all understand the experience of being trans, I can relate to you in feeling that way, and feeling like you are having to fight to represent yourself as you are when other people want you to fit into a certain box. And I think that the more empathy that people can have, and we can share and realize that we're all going through similar human experiences that aren't even like logically connected. They are energetically connected. Thank you so much for being here, Melanie. I appreciate you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the Discord too, if you did. So they hardly stop coming by, but I will be there every time. I literally will try to vent about stream some things, and they turn around and set aside my issues, and they will always say, my stream blew, but they had 100 plus viewers and subs and bits. Like, what? At first they were so uplifting, but now it's like the vibe I get is fuck your problems and listen to mine, I'm more important. So what I'll say is this, just from before I even look at the cards, because I haven't even, hold on, let me look at them. Well, that's positive. You're so cute. What I will say is, if that is the way that they are acting towards you, or the way that they're speaking, and you don't feel like it's supportive, you're not feeling that support from them anymore, then just leave it, you know? And I know that's kind of a weird way to put it, but for me, when I feel like, because a lot of times for me specifically, I just get busy, or I'm doing things, or my priorities shift for a little while, and maybe I can't like go to people's streams or different things like that. But so I don't really take things personally when it comes to like if people show up or if they don't, even though obviously you notice when people do or don't. But I understand that there are many different circumstances as to why they would or wouldn't. But if they are coming at with like you're trying to talk to them and they're just focusing on their own shit and they're not paying attention to you and they don't seem to care, then I would just be like, okay, then I'm not going to make the effort. You know what I mean? And I know that that hurts, but making the effort and having them continue to do that in a way that is upsetting is only going to continue. It's expected me be there. If I'm not, it's like assumptions made. Then that's their own problem. You know, people who want to, for instance, having mods, right? I have mods. If they don't come to chat, if they don't come to streams, they don't come to streams. That's their thing. They're busy. They have a life. They're doing stuff. I cannot expect them to do anything. You know, I'm happy when they're here. If they can't come, they can't come. I make sure to be like, hey, how are you doing? Just want to check in on you. You know, just make sure you're good. They might be busy. They might be going through something. But like if people are making you feel shitty for not being there for you, that's toxic energy. That's not helpful. That's not conducive. So I don't, but we don't talk about that. But like making somebody feel bad about something, like for instance, even just being in chat, somebody will be like, you know, oh, I'm tired, I'm gonna go to bed, you know, bye everybody. You could respond in a way that's like, no, don't go now, like you gotta hang out with me. And it's like, that person is out there living a life. Like they can't just let them go to bed. Don't guilt them into staying. Guilt is not a helpful use of time or energy. And I certainly wouldn't want to be guilted into doing something. I've dealt with enough of that. Oh, thank you. Hi, Java. It's nice to see you. Yeah, it's been a while. How are you doing? I'm good. Honestly, it's like this. The only time I get a text is for them to like complain about how bad it went when looking at how it was so much viewers and all this and that. Well, then that is an honest indicator right there that they're not focusing on anything that's positive. They need to focus more on that positive. And maybe the things that you're kind of going through a little bit with the comparing and stuff like that, and how you're feeling about maybe not doing enough, is why you're having this relationship that's mirroring somebody doing that on an even bigger scale. They are to a point where it's like, I wish I could be there. Oh yeah, the queue is open. Let me write down your information. So just let me know your birthday, month, and year, and I'll put you in the queue. I'm currently doing Kittles. I did miss a couple things. Hold on. Yeah, it's funny because people are so dynamic. We aren't meant to fit in boxes. I used to describe the way that my family made me feel too about like needing to be a certain way, as I have one foot out of the box and one foot in a box, and I'm trying to run in one direction with one foot in a box because I can't seem to let go trying to fit into their box. And you can't walk very far with a box on your foot. My grandma isn't well, why I took the weekend off, and I got a text. Went like, God, I swear streams are so bad. I won't be able to meet my goals. Man, life really sucks. You okay? Anyway, I literally need something to give. I didn't even know what to even say. Yeah. I mean, I guess it would be hard if they're like, Java, is the 1 January or is the 1 the day? Just checking. Because I'm going to mix it up somehow. Okay. January, okay. But, you know, the things that come into our lives and that we're going through, often, like if you have people going through something, it kind of mirrors something that you're going through. So you can see it in yourself to work on it, but you have to also realize that they have to work on it themselves, and they more than likely won't see it. So sometimes the best thing to do is kind of distance a little bit. General, okay. Queen, you have no reason to be nervous. I can't tell you anything that you don't already kind of instinctively know. There's never going to be a card that's going to say like you're going to die or anything weird like that. Everything's going to be good. All right, so I have you guys in the queue. Yeah, just in case, just so you know, like, that there's never going to be any time where somebody's like, you have cancer, and like that does not happen. That's not a real thing. I can never tell you that from cards. Uh-oh, where are you going? Hold on, he's wobbling. All right, he's good. He's been getting stuck partway through there, so he's fine. It's all how we look at things sometimes. Honestly, for me personally, I came back to streaming just to make friendships and share gaming and things with good people. So even if I had one viewer, if I had one great chat with one person, then it made my exactly, totally, 100% that, 100% that. I don't feel like I have support anymore as a friend. Yeah, I mean, and maybe the best thing to do is to just distance from them. It doesn't mean you have to like cut them off. And we're in a full moon, which is the time where you let go of things that no longer serve you, and it's so fucking annoying. Okay, hold on. So Kittle's just the last couple cards that I got for you. We have the King of Swords looking at things from a more objective standpoint with intellectual honesty. The Ace of Pentacles, like new beginnings, surrounded by building something, by, what's the word? Abundance. How could I not think of that word? That we have the world, everything in flow, everything happening in contentment and like as it's supposed to, and just this really positive energy. Then we have the Seven of Cups, feeling like you're missing out on something, feeling like there's illusions of not being able to like properly see ahead of what you're looking at. But then there's so many opportunities and doorways opening here. And then we have the Six of Cups, which is looking at what you have and understanding, like you're feeling grateful for it and feeling like the blessings of where you are, that the things that are holding you back, I feel like this is going to help. I'm just going to bring it up. I was talking earlier about limiting beliefs, and this is a belief that I've dealt with recently. And I talked about how this is the belief. This is the limiting belief I had. And limiting beliefs are, just to reiterate, beliefs that you have that are based on experiences or trauma, but don't necessarily they're not necessarily the end all be all right belief to have, or not that there's a right way, but like they're not like a helpful belief. You know what I mean? So it could be like all men are assholes. That's not a realistic belief, and that's not at all a thing. But if your experience is that, then you're going to start believing that. So for this one, it was, I'm disappointed. I'm not receiving what I need in my relationship. And when I wrote that, it was about my dad and my mom. And it was because I was expecting them to be a certain way. I was expecting things to be a certain way because that's how I would want it to be. But that was not at all realistic. And I had to reframe it this way. So this is how I reframed the limiting belief that I have. And I wrote, I can't expect them to be more than they have shown me they are. So if you're disappointed in what you're receiving in your relationships, understand that you can't expect them to be more than what they have shown they are. That is all they know to be. That's so powerful because I feel that entirely, right? Kind of like my belief that all romantic overtures will go badly. Exactly. That was a chest wound that, yeah. If you believe that all of your relationships are going to end badly, or that you're always going to get cheated on or something like that, then you are going to perpetuate that to continue until you rephrase how you feel about that. You rephrase how you think about that. I phrase that as, I can't expect me out of other people. Oh yeah. It's almost like manifesting that reality. It really lends some authenticity. Yes, exactly. That's honestly why that's how I look at the law of attraction and manifesting. When people talk about it, I talk a lot with my hands. I just that's how I look at it, is that if what you think about is what you attract. So if you, for it, oh my God, even with like sexual fantasies, and I know this is so random, if you are constantly having fantasies that are based around something like for instance, mine have been before, and this is not going to be sexual, but like where I have to do something in order to earn getting that relationship, or I have to do like whatever. I've created a narrative that I need to do something to receive love back. That is not necessarily at all true. And then therefore, as I think about it, and as I use that, and as I think about having it be that way, because that's been my experience, I am attracting more of that. because that is what I expect. I also phrase it this way. My mom was like, I'm never going to have another relationship. And I was like, oh, well, you're right. Because you believe that. Because if you went to the grocery store right now and somebody was standing there staring at you thinking like, damn, she's fucking hot, I want to tap that, you wouldn't even see it. You would look at them and think that they were staring at you because you're fat. That's what she would think. That's so fucking powerful, because you are convincing yourself that the possibility is not available to you, and therefore you are shutting yourself off from the fact that it actually could be. You won't even be able to see somebody standing in front of you that wanted to be with you, because you have convinced yourself that it is not in the cards for you. So that, to me, is why manifestation is real. Because if you believe that it's real, it opens up the pathway for you to create things subconsciously, to move in that pathway, to allow those things to come in when they come in. You are like subconsciously achieving goals to move towards what you want, and then you are allowing it to come in. What are your opinions? Oh, what are my opinions on the cards given? Okay. My opinions are, or my feeling is from the cards that we had, was that this time that you're in right now is feeling like a lot, but you need to be more gentle with yourself, because as you continue with consistency, not like overdoing it, but as you consistently continue on the path that you're on in the ways that work for you, more opportunities will be given to you, and you will see everything working in flow again. It just right now is is like a weird transition period. It's trying to mold things in your life to fit this new path that you're on. And so just trust. You really don't have to do anything. Just understand that, yeah, this is what I'm going through right now. I'm going to work through this. Everything's going to be fine on the other end, because I'm seeing like literally opportunities coming to you. So it's a matter of just continuing, consistency, being patient. You know, there's going to be streams where we have very little activity, and then there's going to be streams where shit is blowing up out of nowhere and I don't know where it came from. And it's going to be nuts. You know, for me, I had, oh, this is a good thing to share. Sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot and I should probably be just focusing on just doing the readings, but I hope it's helping in some way. But for me, I had a feeling, an overwhelming feeling that something was going to happen in October, that October was important for my streaming, that October was a big deal. And in my head, I built it up to be like, oh, things are just going to take off. In my head, things are going to take off. I'm going to all of a sudden get like thousands of followers out of nowhere, because that's the kind of trajectory I've seen from people in the past, right? Where they like blow up out of nowhere. But that's not what happened. But it's because it wasn't supposed to happen that way. I was just putting my own thoughts and expectations and ideas of what could happen onto it. What did happen, though, was I ended up gaining a couple hundred followers out of nowhere. And people started consistently showing up for me and being there for me in a way that I have not experienced until that point. And that is huge. That is huge. That is way better than even having like thousands of people out of nowhere, like starting to follow you. And then you have like a chat you can't control. And then it's like, whatever. I can't, just because it wasn't what I expected doesn't mean it wasn't accurate. It was an incredible month for me. And I feel like the rest of the year is going to continue that way, because I feel so much optimism. But I'm also open to the fact that if it doesn't, it doesn't. Things are going to happen as they're supposed to. And I'm just trying to focus on how I can make streams better, how I can change things technically, how I can, I'm thinking of moving my whole space into this other room that we have and redoing that room to try to make it work and making this like a full priority and stuff. And it's like, why did it censor that? Did you censor that? Or did it censor that? Having a lot of self-doubt, especially my B-Day stream, it's so scary. It is scary. But that's where it's like just every bit of progression is something to be excited about, is something to be happy about. Every bit of progression is what's necessary, no matter how big or small it is. And that's really the focus should be, as long as I'm progressing, I'm succeeding. As long as there is progression, I am succeeding. That's what I keep telling myself. Come on, Gemini. Like, I see all the accomplishments I had and can't help but wonder about the negative. It's so dumb. I'm trying to, yeah. Well, because negative is negative, but like, the other thing is, like, why focus on the negative when you can't do anything about it? And I know it's an anxiety thing because I have anxiety and depression and all that stuff, but like, that's another thing I try to tell myself. I try to catch myself in those thoughts and I say, like, is this happening right now? Do I need to be thinking about it? Because I'll go into the whole, like, how would I act if this happened? And then play out the whole scenario in my head and then have to like deal with it in my head. And I'm like, why am I putting myself through the actual physical and emotional trauma of going through that in my head when it's not happened? And I don't need to do that. Realize that I don't try to manifest the positive end goal. I try to manifest the positive and beneficial next step, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so when you're manifesting, it's you have some sort of goal, but usually like the only goals you can really see are the next steps. If I can't control the negative, I'm not gonna think I can control the positive. Oh yeah. Well, you can't control either. Control is a myth. Control is a feeling that we chase after, but really what we don't want control, we want clarity. You know, we don't want control, we want clarity. We want to see a path that could work and move in that direction. I was never like this till they started doing it, now that I'm looking back. Kittles, is this somebody I know? I'm just protecting myself now. All right, let me move on to Annie's. We have 11. 11. Yes, but I can't reveal who. No, that's fine. Because if it's the person I'm thinking of, then they're not doing it intentionally at all. But I can tell. I mean, I'm saying that out of intuition, not out of knowing anything at all. But yeah. Time for a nonsensical reading. So Annie, as I kind of mentioned earlier, 11 is a really tough numerology to have as a child. They usually revert it back to a 1 when you're a child because it's a really hard one. And considering the very few things you've mentioned in here about yourself. It seemed I could see why it might have been really hard. You're so cute. 11. My Virgo rising could never. She's a control freak. Oh my god, right? Are you still taking questions? I am. If you want to get in the queue, I think I'll take one more for the queue, and then because I have 3 more after, or no, I have 2 more after Annie. So I'll take one more. We talked about it and it still continues. Well, what I mean by it's not conscious is that they don't know they're doing it when they're doing it. So it's more of a thing they need to work on within themselves. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't have a join thing. What is the join thing? Do a lot of people have that when they do tarot? How do I set that up? It's a cool idea. So yeah, just tell me either your numerology life path number. It's a bot to keep track. Oh, okay. And let me know if you have a general question or like a specific question. You know your life path number? It's a 9. It is a 9. It's called Play with Viewers bot. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Thank you. Thank you for that. I like your name. A unique name goes here. Okay. Okay, you wanted just a general reading. Okay, 11. 11, this is the giver. Number 11 is an innovator with an unmistakable streak of humanitarianism. Wow, that's on point. Idealistic, intuitive, considerate, tolerant, accepting, steadfast. If expressed negatively, you could be too dependent, oversensitive, or manipulative. You want to know about your love life? Okay, I'll write that down. I told this person over and over, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. Kittles, I think the only thing you can do is start to step back a little bit. Just be like, hey, I'm going through a lot. Sorry, I can't be there right now. Like I was. Oversensitive, way too on point. Me. Okay. All right, let me see. All right, you're just gonna sit out there, and one of the cards was just like me. Okay, fine, you. All right. This is so many cards. 11. I have to do this in sections. Okay, hold on. No, I have to see the whole thing. I need more table. I need more table. I'm just gonna move. I need to move a couple things. Hold on. Okay. Ah, no. Okay. Very positive, Annie. Comfort, building, healing, feeling like you're missing something, but there's a lot of positive beginnings, time with a lot of blessings. Just, this is a good, I've had a weird life. This is a good time in your life. Everything's working together. It might not feel like it, but it is. Here. So we have, okay, we start off with the Four of Wands. Is there room for one more? I could fit one more in there. I could fit one more in there. A lot going on. I'm legit in the middle of like 100 big changes right now. Maybe that's why there's so much activity. So we start with the Four of Wands. It's a place that feels like home. It's comfort. It's this feeling of comfort and home. I'm just gonna look at that. Three of Pentacles is like building security, building wealth, building on a career, building a skill, building job. The Six of Cups. Overlooking the things that you have done, the life that you've lived, seeing all the things you're grateful for, feeling all the blessings that you've had, feeling optimistic about things, but also like looking at it from like a resolute, optimistic standpoint. Like there's a feeling though of like sitting and looking at it. Like, and the sitting is not like a trapped feeling, but it's like a patiently waiting type of feeling. Hold on. Okay. The Princess of Wands, very outgoing, putting yourself out there. The Six of Swords, returning to yourself, opening up to healing, returning to who you are as at the core, but then feeling like you're missing out on some things, like you're not seeing things clearly, like you're like, am I on the right path? Am I? But then you're opening up here to all these blessings, to family, to creating your own version of a family, to creating, and Mom, don't. Leave him. Leave him, please. He's fine. I'll get him later. I'll get him soon. My dog's just in the hallway and my mom's like, what is he doing? Okay. He's been like wandering out of pain, but he has pain meds, so he'll be fine. I'm just trying to let him, have some space to like chill and walk around and whatever, because he needs to do that. Okay. Hi, Cherry. Okay, then we have the Prince of Pentacles, which is looking at things from new standpoints, from like a leadership position, from you're like, sorry, I'm like feeling the energy of it. It's like it's the feeling of sitting. He's sitting, but he's on a horse. It's like, let's go. I'm ready to go. Okay, then we have the Ace of Pentacles, which is starting like new beginnings, but from like a financially wealthy secure, like abundance coming in, but like that standpoint. And then we end it with the Seven of Pentacles, which is all of this abundance coming in that is almost unfathomable, the amount of abundance of feeling like you're able to live without having to worry. That type of feeling. I just want to, let me see. I just want to do one more thing. Yeah, you're creating your future. You're doing it. All the things that are changing right now are changing because they're supposed to, because you have been manifesting this for a long time, and it's finally starting to go into place. And but before it can go into place, it changes everything else in order to make room for it. And that's the part that feels really uncomfortable. Do you feel defeated? You feel defeated by it. You feel defeated by it, but then we have the High Priest talking about needing that structure, needing the mentorship, knowing that, like, just understanding, like, having a routine and looking at things from different perspectives. It's how we perceive it that is how it is. Big waiting, yeah. You're going in the right direction for sure. Here, and that's again what we were talking about. Any progress is progress. All progress is progress. All progress is success. Even if it's small, even if it's taking forever. Because, I mean, our society has also conditioned us to believe that everything needs to be done within 5 minutes. But it doesn't need to be done within 5 minutes, you know? Everything needs to be done in the time frame that you can do it. And sometimes that takes years. For some people, it takes decades. Usually because they keep ignoring things that could make it go faster. Feeling more and more things coming back that are bringing you back to that positive person I always was too. Yeah. As we focus on the small progress, you start to realize that those small little progress pieces every time lead to something much bigger. Okay, so I have 3 people left on my list. But I might have to, I have 2 other people who would like readings, and I want to add them. But I'm going to have to go a little quicker because I'm taking way more time than I usually do. Let me see. Let me add Cherry. Okay, and then Legendary. Thank you for the follow. And you want General too. Okay, General. Hi. Welcome in. Yeah, Annie, I just see a whole buttload of positive for you. In fact, what's so weird is every time I'm talking to you, I keep picking up my cards upside down. It's really weird. Can you do mine? I'm going to close the tarot after a Legendary. because otherwise I'm gonna be here all night and I still need to eat dinner. But maybe I can do some like quick questions at the end. It's funny how you picked up on like all that. I'm glad that it made sense, because sometimes when I'm talking, especially when I really get in the zone, I'm like, and what am I even saying? But like, yeah. Yours is very complex. Okay, well, I will be doing more of these readings on an upcoming Sunday. So if you want to check out the Discord, is where I usually post when I'm going to be doing more readings. And if people really like these, I will do them more often on stream. I could start doing every Sunday, but right now I'm doing like every other Sunday. Oh my god, I keep picking, why? I keep picking the deck up upside down. Thank you, Annie. All right, next is Java. All right, I need to figure out all these class numbers. Okay. Okay, yours is 6. Yours is 11. Yours is 9. Okay, wait, hold on. I might be doing math wrong. Hold on. Let me do my math right. Oh, no, I did do that right. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, my brain's getting fried. Okay, that one's fine. That one's good. Okay, so that one's 4, and then this one is 8. Okay. Now I have everyone's life path number. All right, we got this. Okay. Java, your life path number is 6. I've had a lot of 6s tonight. 6 is the peace lover. The number 6 is a loving, stable, and harmonious vibration ruled by Venus. Compassionate, stable, family loving, trustworthy, domesticated. Can also be superficial, jealous, possessive, and unwilling to change. It always makes me laugh when you get to the negative part, but there's always positives and negatives. And Java just wanted a general, so pick 6 cards. No problem, Kittles. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Know that you need to focus on yourself. You're already giving your energy to so many different places. You need to give some of that energy back to Kittles. A confused boner feels like. That's what I'm saying. Like, we all are feeling multiple emotions at once, and that's why so many people don't know. Definitely out of that energy. Yes. is for Java. Is Java still here? And then Queen is next, and then Virgo, and then Cherry, and then Legendary. So if you are on that list, just let me know that you're here in general. Oh, hello, yes. Okay, good. Is yours Virgo Senpai, or is it, or am I just reading it that way? I don't know if Java's here, but I'm going to give them their reading anyway. And if they're not here, they can watch the VOD. Okay. There's a big feeling of defeat. Feeling like really, like, Five of Cups energy is very much like, sorry, I'm like feeling it. I can like feel these too, because it's like, it's a feeling of like disappointment and heartache and feeling like there's so much going on and just overwhelmed and depressed and feeling like you're missing out on opportunities. But right in the middle of that, all of this like drudgy, sludgy feeling is the sun. And the sun is like, hey babe, it's all gonna be good. It's all gonna be okay. Life is gonna be so good. I promise you. Things that you're gonna get through this, and there's a whole new. Right now I'm doing Java. The next person is Queen, then Virgo, then Cherry, then Legendary. For Java, there's this really heavy energy of depression, but there's optimism right here in the middle of it. And then we have the King of Swords, who's looking at things with like an intellectual, like, I need to be realistic, I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to come at this from a very like logical standpoint, but you're still expecting things to, you're anticipating that something else is going to happen, something that is not good, something that you don't love. Something is like, it's the trauma response of expecting that something bad is going to happen because it has happened that way in the past. So then we have the Fool again, which is like looking at it with so much optimism that you understand that you could walk off that cliff. You could. And you're going to get caught. You can walk off the cliff, but you're going to find yourself on land. You're not going to be falling. The cliff is right there. You can't see the bottom, but if you walked over it, there's a bridge. There's like an invisible bridge. What are you doing over here? What are you doing? What are you doing? Sorry, my dog's right here. And then we have the King of Pentacles, who is good-natured, just like, oh, hold on. Let me get all of his attributes. King of Pentacles, responsible, steadfast, productive, steady progress. And then we have the Queen of Wands, and she's strong-willed, confident. The future is bright, even though right now it's depressive and overwhelming. I feel like the lesson of the day is that this is a season for all of us. A lot of us are going through a really tough time right now for various reasons. Everything from big to small. My dog is mine. But this is just a season, and we are moving through it. Okay. I don't know if Java's here or if they heard that, but that's for them. Queen is next. Yours is 11. Like I was saying earlier, 11 is a really hard one to have when you are, it's a hard life path number to have when you're a kid, because it's a pretty big number. 11 is the giver. 11 is an innovator with an unmistakable streak of humanitarianism, idealistic, intuitive. Oh, I actually just got back and had an emergency. I'm so sorry. Do you save VODs? I do. I save VODs. I have them on YouTube as well. So don't worry. I went through it essentially as a summary really quick for you. It's that I can tell you're going through a tough time. Like there's a lot of depressing energy there, but there's also a big spot of sunshine right in the middle, and the outcome of it is to understand that is asking you to take the qualities of the Fool, who is optimistic beyond measure, and use that to continue forward, because the things from the past don't need to hold you back. It's taking the qualities of the Fool to then move forward into this new life, new energy. But yeah, so it's like the synopsis, but if you'll be able to go back and watch it. So thank you for that. Can I possibly ask what a life path number is? Yes, of course. So your life path number is from numerology. Numerology is a really I can also share this page with you of just where I'm reading like this is just quick little synopsis stuff of this. But I highly recommend if you want to look into it. There we go. There's an app called Numerology. There's also probably lots of websites about numerology, where it's essentially like your astrological chart, but using numerology, which is adding up the number. They're adding up like your name, your birthday, your different things like that. It's as numbers, and it tells you like your life path number, how you react to things, what the cycles of your life might look like. It's a pretty ancient practice, or it's a pretty ancient thing. I don't know the right word for it right now, but it's really fascinating. I love numerology. Another cool thing to look into if you are into that kind of stuff is human design. That's another cool thing to learn more about who you are as a person that I've looked into. Ideology? Yeah, maybe. Is that the word? That might be the word. Okay, so number 11 is the giver, an innovator with an unmistakable streak of humanitarianism. They are idealistic, intuitive, considerate, tolerant, accepting, steadfast, but also could be too dependent, oversensitive, and manipulative. Everybody has negatives. Okay, you just wanted a general reading, right? I'm a little bit tore up and I've been crying. So my brain is a little fucky, honestly, right? Same. when I do these streams, I love doing it, but I do have to like cut it off at a certain point because the energy is a lot for the similar reasons, which is why I start to get like really do I not have, oh hold on, do I not have my sounds on here? Hold on, I might not have it. Let me add it. I'll add it and then I'll play it. This one.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Never understand. Me and your sister are like the same person. She looks exactly like you with this tarot and everything. Oh my god, weird. Twins. Hydrate, thank you. I have forgot that. I made myself in The Sims, and my chat has told me it looks like too much of a generic white girl, and I'm like, well, maybe I just am that. I don't know. Oh my god. If you ever feel inclined, Annie, to Discord me a photo of your sister, I would be interested to see how much alike you look. I'm not wearing makeup. Okay. Okay. This is for Queen. You ready? You ready, Queen Toasty? Okay. There's so many cards. There's like. Do you have any twos? All right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just attacking me. What? Chill. Daddy, chill. Okay. Uno. Okay. Yeah. A lot of mixture of like good and bad. There's because there's feelings of like over here, the one that popped out was like defeat, feeling defeated. I'm feeling defeated, a little down. It's telling you to move on from things that are currently going on in your life, like that you the things that aren't serving you in your life, it's time to move on from. They're not helping you anymore. Like, okay, let me start from the beginning. So we have loving the bun. Thank you. I'm surprised how many people have complimented my hair today. What is this? It is a messy bun. Is it a bun? Is it? Who's next? Virgo's next, then Cherry, then Legendary. Okay. So I'll probably get to yours in like 20 minutes if I'm really real about it. Unless I go fast. Okay. It's a nice put together bun. Oh, thank you. Okay. Then we have so we have the Three of Wands, which is like looking at things from no worries. Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is Queens. Sorry, let me get back in the energy. Three of Wands, looking out at things with optimism, seeing you're seeing the positive in front of you. You're seeing blessings in front. You're seeing Hold on. Yeah. It's like realizing goals, confidence, hard work. Like you're seeing things start to come together with this one. And then you have the Four of Swords here urging you to rest, to focus on rest, to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Because the Prince of Swords is here and he's ready to move you rapidly. This is for Queen right now, is who I'm talking to. It's, you're moving rapidly. And I think you're next, Virgo. There's like a radical change of lifestyle. And then we have the World, where everything feels like it's working in fluidity. Like you feel comfortable, you feel joy, you feel like everything is working as it should. Then we have the Princess of Wands, who is that outgoing personality. She's confident, she's strong-willed. We have a new beginning here with Ace of Pentacles, which is talking about a lot of, let me go into that a little bit more. Financial gain, peace, could be like a job offer, promotion, peaceful relationships, stuff like that. But we have then here the Five of Swords that came up, which is talking about feeling some defeat in your life, feeling like you've been beat up a bit, like like emotionally. And then we have the the Eight of Cups, which is like it's time to move on from whatever in the past is causing you to feel like I can't enjoy any of the positive things that are happening to me, because I know that because it's either something that's going on with you right now or something that's happened in the past that is causing you to continue to focus on that over the positive things that are happening. It's time to move on from those things. They're not serving you anymore. You have to trust. As high as PBs. You have to trust from the Hanged Man. Trust that the universe is bringing things to you that you're supposed to be going through, that you're supposed to learn. The things that you've been through are lessons. And we're at a point where it's starting to feel like, I feel like because I'm focusing so much on the things that have happened that are making me feel like I need to stay in that energy. Like I feel defeated, but I'm worried that something bad is going to happen. I feel like it's going to, because it has before. It's causing you to miss out on things that could happen that are really positive. It's causing you to not see all of the possibilities. So then we get to a point of Two of Pentacles, where it's juggling, finding a way to juggle the things in your life, finding a way to juggle the good and the bad, finding a way to work and be like, all this positive stuff I have, it's not going to cancel out the negative, but technically I can work with both, because the negative shows me the things I need to work on myself in my own healing, and the positive is going to show the fruits of that healing. It's going to show the abundance that I am getting from working on myself and my stuff, if that makes any sense. So finding that balance between the two. And I'm just going to pull another, like, really quick. I just want to see. Why are we all having the same problems right now? Okay, because then it's like, I feel like I'm just doing the same readings over and over, but like with slightly different circumstances. Because then we have death over again, who's like, we're ending that cycle and we're going into a new cycle. And I know that you feel defeated and like you're not going to get up and you're not going to continue, but you need to have the fool's optimism and walk off that cliff, because there's a bridge there and you can walk across it. And there's no opportunities on the other side. It's right there. But you have to trust that it's there even when you can't see it. 10+ years of a series of extremely traumatic events. It worked very hard to get away from all that and into a better space. And I'm in a really comfortable, nice job now. But I have a lot of anxiety that everything will fall apart under me again. Oh my God, that's crazy. You know, I sit here and I relay the messages that I'm getting, and I just hope that it helps. And to hear how aligned that is just blows my mind. That's crazy. Everything is bright. Everything is how it looks. Just continue with that optimism, because the belief that it's going to... Oh, hi Jen, thank you for lurking. I hope you have a good night. Yeah, the belief that bad things are going to happen has reached into the future and laid it out on the table for all of us. Like, but the belief that like that something bad is going to happen is a trauma response. And it's understandable, but we can also work on changing how we perceive those responses. It's not an overnight thing. It happens over a span of time of having multiple realizations and multiple perspective shifts, but it is possible to get to a point where that will no longer affect you anymore in the future, if that gives any sort of comfort. Because I always feel like, I don't want to say like, oh yeah, like you'll get over it. Like that's, no, it's like it's a whole thing. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's going to take to get from this end of healing to that end of healing, to not have that even be a problem anymore for you. But one day you're going to have done enough healing that you're going to wake up and realize, I don't respond that way anymore. And that's wild. I told you the other day, I think my entire personality is trauma response, right? Oh, honestly, Mojo, I'm going to tell you right now, I think that's everybody. Because, the generations before us don't believe that when I'm talking about, like, the things that we've been through, the small things even, are trauma. Because to them, trauma is only massive events. PTSD, going to war, having horrible things happen to you, and those are all trauma as well. But their trauma comes in many forms, and as we as a generation work on healing that to become a more empathic species, to become more compassionate towards each other, that is the goal. And a lot of people don't want to look at themselves, because that means that they have to change something, and they have to actually feel the pain that they are trying to get away from and distract themselves from on a regular basis, and they don't want to do that. That's where we're at. So just the fact that you are willing to even work on yourself as a person, the fact that you're here, the fact that you're here means you are a person who is trying to work on yourself as a person. And that puts you ahead of so many other people who don't even want to look at what is going on in their lives. Healing is a journey. Yeah. Essentially, this kind of helped me in my healing journey. Next is going to be Virgo. The thing that helped me a lot was getting to a point where I realized that healing is essentially trying to get back to the person you were when you were a child. the way that you viewed the world, the way that you viewed yourself, the optimism, the positivity. It's essentially trying to get back to how you viewed the world as a child, but with the wisdom of being a person who's gone through experiences where you know that not everyone is good and not everything is good, and you're going to go through shit. But essentially, the goal in healing is to get to a point where you can view everything with a childlike optimism, because you no longer are traumatized by the things that used to traumatize you. And I don't know if anybody ever gets to a point where they have no trauma, but I think you can get to as close as there as you can. You know, it's always something to work towards. Your mom was a pastor and you grew up really, oof, yeah. Yeah. I was very scared of tarot coming in here because of how I had been discussed when I was little, but they also threw me in conversion therapy. Oh my gosh. I will say I also grew up in a Christian family, and they said similar things to me about tarot and fortune telling and all that different stuff. Because and here's the thing, society as a whole has those views because society is, and I will say, I don't know if this gives you any comfort. I still consider myself to be a Christian to a certain extent. I believe in certain things. However, I also believe in a lot of other things that they don't believe in. And so to me, my view is very much bigger than what that religion could ever be. And I think a lot of people have the idea that tarot is something where, or psychics or anything like that, where people are just going to come in and, you know, that it's, well, I was always told it was the devil or whatever, but like a lot of people have the view that it's a big scam and all this other stuff, like I've talked about a little bit earlier. And it's like, all of this is a way to view things differently. I believe that the cards are a tool. That I can use along with my that I can use to that my guides can use to like help me see things differently. I use it like, to me this is kind of like a form of meditation. Other people might do that with prayer. Prayer is a form of meditation. It's all the same shit, just has different labels. And then some people think that the other people's stuff is the devil, and it's not. That the faith is not the church. Different churches have different interpretations. Fully that. Individual like views of spirituality, religion, whatnot. It's the, you know, to me in religion, it's people that's the problem. It's not necessarily a lot of the teachings, because a lot of the teachings are misconstrued from other people coming up with this and that. And it's just, if you just stick to the core of it, the kindness, the love, the compassion, the empathy, it's all the same. It's when you start putting rules and devils and men are the head of the family and women or whatever and all of that stuff is when it starts to get really muddled and gross. So you said you were told tarot was the devil. I pictured the movie Waterboy where the mom was like, that whose mom was the devil. That's what it felt like too. I totally, you know, I haven't watched that movie in so long, and honestly it kind of freaks me out that he made characters that are supposed to be like that, but like I forgot about that. That's so funny. No problem, Queen. I hope you enjoyed it. Just you're doing great, sweetie. As we like to say, you're doing great, sweetie. All right, next is Virgo. We got 9. Waterboy's another movie I've never seen. It's you know, I really liked it when I was younger, but now it really disturbs me, the characters that Adam Sandler came up with, because it's like, what are you trying? Who are you mocking? What are you trying to be? He's never himself. He's always a caricature of something that he thinks is funny, and it's just kind of weird. But the movie's kind of fun. I don't know. We're in that really weird phase where we're starting to realize that the stuff we enjoyed as children was pretty problematic, and looking at it from different standpoints is really weird. So it's I also think it's weird how being able to live long enough to see the entire arc of somebody's career from like when they were at the height of their fame to now like plummeting off of, like, to see the height of Kanye West's career and then see him be an anti-Semitic asshole. Like, what the fuck is happening? It's weird. All right. 9. Virgo. This is the teacher. Number 9 is a tolerant, somewhat impractical, and sympathetic vibration ruled by Mars. Ooh, I wonder if you're feeling a lot of that Mars retrograde right now. Beyonce can win my career, right? Keywords: jack of all trades, humanitarian, sympathetic, helpful, emotional, tolerant, active, determined, but could also be financially careless, moody, bullying, overly emotional, sullen, restless. I don't know if I've shared this. I have a shaman. My shaman shared with me the drama triangle, and I don't know if this is going to help anybody, but I figured I'd share it. It's essentially you can see if you're on the drama triangle by being on just one, if not more than one, but just one of the triangle pieces. So you have victim, bully, rescuer. If you are on any one of those standpoints, then you are living in drama. And if you are living in drama, then it is distracting you from the things that you should be doing, want to be doing. Not should. Should is a bad word. Should is like a guilt word. But like, if you are constantly playing the victim, then you are living in drama. If you are bullying other people, like for instance, say maybe not even like a bully, like a traditional bully, but like well, there's no drama, thankfully. That's good. Like there's when you're in bully, it could be that you're bullying yourself. It could be that you're saying like, I don't look good enough, or I should lose weight, or I should do this, or it could be that you are bullying other people by like just getting mad at them for no reason or whatever. And then rescuing, which is something I've been on all 3 of these, right? We've all have, but like the rescuing one I've done a lot in my life, where it's like I feel like I need to dive in and do things for that person. I need to help that person. I need to put them ahead of me so I can help fix something that person's going through. And all of that is actually just on the drama triangle. And so when you find yourself on that triangle, it's good to try to see if you can remove yourself from it, because then that's how you find peace again. Another reason I stopped watching so many drama channels. It just got really toxic. Why do you keep doing that? Yeah. Refocus. There you are. I didn't come here to be attacked. This is worse than my TikTok for you page the past couple days. I love you, Mojo. I'm sorry I'm attacking you with my words. These are the things I try to stay conscious of, but it's hard because we're all human. We're all gonna say negative shit about ourselves or get mad when we're feeling whatever type of way. 9. Still here, okay. All right, Virgo. It said, oh, you want to talk about love life? Okay, we can. So there's a lot of renewable energy in your love life. A lot of like like rebirth is one of the big ones right here. Rebirth. There's a lot of sensitive energy around your love life. Like you're in a really tender place with it. Or like you're open to it again. It feels like I feel like you're open. We have the Ace of Cups, which is the overflowing of abundance coming into your life, like new beginnings of abundance. We have the Nine of Cups, which is like the first word that came up was congratulations. Like you're at the table, you're with friends, you're celebrating, everything's going well. Like then we have the Two of Cups, literally a relationship card where it's two hearts coming together and the energy of a partnership. We have the King of Cups and the Queen of Cups and the Princess of Cups. There's so much cups. Oh my god, there's cups everywhere. All of them are cups except for the major arcana. They're all cups. Oh my god, there's so many cups. It's overflowing. The cups are overflowing. Okay. And so we have the King of Cups, which is a very calm, very what does the king have to say? Give me the king. Yes, tolerant, sincere, compassionate, very like compassionate energy. Like if he were a ruler of the kingdom, he would be very compassionate. We have the Queen of Cups, which is the last card I pulled, which is the partner to that, which is very maternal. It's to have a very motherly figure, a very like nurturing feeling, a nurturing person. It could be you or the other person. It could be either that. Then we have the Star, which is my favorite card, and I hate that I have to censor her. Beautiful. Hold on, I'm just gonna go like this. You can barely see her body. I'm just gonna hold it like this. Don't censor her. Free the nip, okay? The Star, which is my favorite card, is my favorite card in this deck. It's just this overwhelming feeling of joy and peace and comfort, and like everything it's so good, just so good. Then we have Cernunnos, which in this card is the Devil, which would be like taking responsibility. Where are you, Cernunno? Where are you? You haven't come up in a while. There you are. Learning how to be successful and creative, exploring your sexuality. Accepting that you're like your responsibility for how you are creating your life. That feeling. Then we have the Princess of Cups, which is another one that has to do with relationships. With she's sensitive, tender, imaginative. The beginning of relationships, a loving relationship. There's a lot of like very sensitive, loving energy here, and then we have rebirth. So it's like, I don't know if it's a person that you've met already or a person that you're going to meet, but there's just so much like the tenderness and sensitivity of it that you're feeling, that is here, is something that you need. You might not even like believe that it's real. It is. This is like the most positive spread I've ever. It's like so positive. So again, I don't know if it's a relationship you're in or something that you're opening yourself up to bringing in, but it is extremely positive. I'm just going to pull one more for it really quick. Yeah, just more cups, Prince of Cups, all the cups. Just Wow. Just go with the flow of the energy of it. If that makes any sense. I don't know how that goes with anything that you're going through or any of that, but I hope that makes sense.
Bruh.
Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. All right, we have 2 more. I wish I had that many cups so my cups would be bigger. Then I could fill more cups so I could cup only when I cup. I only have one man in mind. But I'm so unsure. Well, the only advice I could give you with this is be open. Because if you're unsure, then all they can do is tell you. If you're unsure, then exploring it is only going to tell you yes or no. The only thing that it's going to tell you is yes or no. So if it's no, that sucks, but like, you'll know. But if you don't ever look into it to learn if it's a yes or a no, then you might be giving up a yes. All right, Cherry. Is Cherry still here? And then we have Legendary. Okay, Cherry. Yeah, I hope that helps.
Bruh.
Hi, welcome. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. All right, Cherry. You just want general. Yours is, what did I write? Is that a 4? It's a 4. Okay. Cherry, your life path number in numerology is a 4. 4, this is the worker, practical, with love of detail. 4s are trustworthy, hardworking, and helpful, ruled by Uranus. Trustworthy, helpful, steady, logical, self-disciplined, problem-solving, but could also be contrary, stubborn, and narrow. Okay. Let's see, 4. That rebirth energy, though. That world energy, though. The Lord. The pen. Oh my god. Where are you? What's going on with you? Okay, so okay. If the energy is right, you just ended a really bad, like a long cycle, and you are already in the beginning of rebirth. You're birthing into a new cycle. It is. You can already feel it lessening, like the heaviness of before. You're already feeling that lessen, because you're in this new rebirth, and it still like has the trails of the old, but it's not as much as it used to be. Then we have the world, which it's like everything's in flow, everything is going in, you're smooth sailing on this path, everything is going in the right direction, or what feels, right, because there is really no right and wrong, but like if there that's another concept I don't know if I've talked about, but the idea that there is no right and wrong, because it's only how we perceive it that decides whether or not it's a right or wrong action. For instance, whether, like, if somebody who did something horrible to children gets murdered, we don't really seem to care, but if somebody lovely gets murdered, we do care deeply. And that kind of thing, where it's like, is it right or is it wrong? Technically, there are no right and wrongs. It is only how we perceive things. Anyway, so then we have the Lord. The Lord is usually very much about, there you are, masculine power, the structure needed for success, leadership, protection, accomplishment, a father figure, a call upon to act responsibly in line with your values, acting with clarity and integrity for the greater good. And then we have the Six of Pentacles, which is generosity, receiving wealth, receiving enough money that like you wouldn't have to worry about things, receiving an unearned income, like like winning the lottery even, but it's not that, you know, it's not that. But like it's, you know, having so much abundance come in at once. I need a little bit more. Hold on. Right. Okay. That makes sense. I was like, where is it? Because there's usually some sort of give and take, right? You're afraid that stuff from the past is going to come back, that you're even here, like in both of them, waiting for the attack, waiting for something to come in and fuck that up, waiting for something to come in and ruin these nice things that are coming together. But the Feral, it's like, it's not. It's not. Like, stuff will happen, stuff comes, stuff fucks up, whatever. But there is harmony, there's success, there is balance. You're creating a new balance. Don't let the fear fuck up your balance. You're in a new cycle. You don't have to focus on the old cycle in order to do anything in your new cycle. The old has already done it. It's figured it out. You move through it. You don't have to look back at it. There's so much abundance. It's right there. I'll pull one more just for fun. Oh. I have to pull two more. Okay. Because then we have like the Five of Wands, which is, it could be a playful tussling with people around you, with work people, with friends, like feeling like it could be playful, it could be not, where it's this like kind of back and forth pull going on, like playfully messing around, feeling like, is it good, is it bad, trying to decipher how you feel about things that are going on. But then we have the Moon. Change, imagination, creativity. Anything that you're feeling right now, any loneliness or confusion or any of that is going to pass as it's supposed to. Trust. Let yourself be guided by trust and you will pass through your fear to emerge stronger. Fear is so stupid. Just want to yell at its face. And I hope that made sense. I hope that, let me know, I don't know. Let me know if it resonated. Let me know if you have any follow-up questions. Is Legendary here? Are they ready for theirs? Thank you for all the people that are hanging out here. It's nice to see you. Nice to hang out with you. Still here? Okay, cool. Okay, Legendary. You are life path of 8. So your numerology life path number is 8. This is the Manager. Number 8 is a strong, successful, and material vibration ruled by Saturn. ambitious, business-minded, practical, leading, authoritative, successful, courageous, accomplished, organized. Could also be tense, narrow, materialistic, and forceful. Oh, no problem, Annie. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I needed it too, which is why I've been trying to do more of these streams, because I love doing games, and I also make art on my channels. I haven't made it in a while, but I usually do make art too. But I've been needing to do more sessions like this for myself, so I'm glad that it's helping you and anyone else. All right, so 8 cards. Oh, thank you, Joan. That's so sweet of you. You know, I'm glad that I could be that, because I often look for people who can echo these things back to me, because I forget, you know, it's my thoughts and my views and whatever. And that's it. It's really important to be able to talk openly about these things and be able to hear other experiences echoed back to us, so we know we're not alone, and we know that we have every right to feel the way that we do, and that everything's going to be okay, because it is. It's only when you lose hope that things really start to get fucked. Can I ask a question for us to be a 1-card reading if you're still up to? Yeah, I can do a couple like 1-card questions after this reading, if you guys want to do some like yes or no type of things for a few minutes. For sure, for sure. No problem, babes. Okay. Okay. Is my Yanni. Yeah, totally. So the feeling I'm getting, Legendary, is that there's this feeling like of impatience, where it's like the energy you have is like, I'm ready to go, but life is saying, hold on, like literally like snatching you back, like, wait, where, not so fast, where are you going? You want to be like you want to be running, and life is telling you to crawl. That's the energy of what's happening right here. We have the Lord, which is the structure needed for success, creating structure. Like, I know what I want, I know what I'm doing, I'm ready for it, but I'm waiting for something bad to happen. I'm waiting for the ball to drop. I'm waiting for something, and I'm waiting for something, and I feel like where is it? Like, I'm defeated. Like, there's the, like, where is it? I'm trying to motivate myself and move forward towards my goals. I feel it. It's strong. You have a strong motivation, but there's something holding you back. It's like this, walking around. Then we have like the Hermit, and the Hermit's like, fine, if I'm not gonna get there, I'm gonna isolate. Because if I can't have it right now, I'm gonna isolate. There's this impatience with it. You're very like strong-willed. There's this is like a strong-willed, outgoing nature. But we have, see, then we reach into these positives here. Then we have the Six of Wands. We're leading in this new direction, in this path. And this is like being a prominent leader in this direction that you're going into. And then we have the Eight of Wands, which is swift change, moving towards something quickly, moving towards it. Yeah. But then there's this other feeling here of feeling like you're missing out on things, feeling like you're missing opportunities. Some of these feelings are lying to you, which is the part that sucks, because it's like when people say like, oh, your feelings are lying to you, it means, what they mean is that when you're focusing on a certain feeling and that feeling can be the only feeling that is correct, you are not opening yourself up to the other options. So, for instance, if you're feeling like it's not happening fast enough, it's because you expect something and your expectations are disappointing you. If you go into it with an open mind, but I rush things, I gotta learn how to wait. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because then we have the Princess of Cups here, who is like this more, what am I doing? Just hold on. There we go. We have the Princess of Cups here, who has this loving, sensitive, calming, relaxing energy, almost just a really like sensitive, loving energy. And then we have the Four of Swords. It's telling you you need to rest. It's telling you you need to take things slower. It's telling you that you need to move a little bit slower. But moving slower is, ooh, okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm feeling a lot of things. And then we have the Hanged Man, and the Hanged Man is all about giving up the control that things need to happen a certain way and allowing life to happen as it wants to, allowing things to just flow in and out of your life as they're supposed to, because not every person is meant to stay in your life. Not every job is supposed to be your forever. Not every person is supposed to be the love of your life. Some people are just meant to teach you things, you know? So I feel like you're trying too hard to control what you want and what you're doing. And it's causing you to feel turmoil because you can't control it. What it's asking you to do is to start looking at things from a slightly different perspective, because here, the thing that popped up when I said ooh, it's because one of the things that I have done that I can relate to this on, and I'm not sure if you're the same, but it feels like the same energy, is becoming a workaholic is a trauma response. It is a coping skill in order to distract yourself from other things going on in your life that you don't want to deal with. And that is kind of what this feels like. It feels like you're going headfirst into something, trying to make these goals work, but you're not working on the other things that need to happen in order for the goals to be fully achieved. And what I mean by that is, as you work on yourself as a person, as you work on the way that you view things in life and the healing that you're doing in this life, it will open up new perspectives and new viewpoints, new things that you need to have in order for the goals that you have to be achievable. So if you, for instance, if I was into, I'm just going to use this streaming as a way to view it. So for instance, say you wanted to stream, but you view it as, I have all these goals, I want to achieve them, I need to achieve it quickly, I'm not achieving it fast enough, blah blah blah. Then it's like you're focusing on the negative, but you're also focusing on the goal and not the actual thing that you want to achieve. So say that you're so then it's becoming clear on what is it that you actually want to achieve. Do you want to achieve what do you want to achieve with those goals? It's like a lot of people will be like, oh, I want money. What do you want money for, though? You want money so that you can live comfortably, so you don't have to think about money, so that you can eat whatever you want, so you can live in a nice place, so you can have this. So what you should be manifesting is the house that you want, the food that you want, the people that you want in your life, the atmosphere that you want to be in. And it doesn't have anything to do with the money. You're not, if you manifest money, money comes and goes. It doesn't actually get you the things that you need. If you're manifesting the things that you need, the things that you want to have with that money, the money will come to help you get those things. It's that kind of mentality. So really the question is, what are your goals defined enough to say, this is what I want? Because you don't need to know how to, like, the thing is, a lot of us, it's like hard because you don't know how you're gonna get it, you know? You don't know if, like, one day you're gonna get a job that pays you a ton of money and then, like, you're set for life, or if you're gonna have a YouTube channel that explodes and all of a sudden, like, you never have to worry about money, or you get an inheritance or win the lottery or who knows what. But getting clear on the things that you want to have in your life is the thing. Gotta take one thing at a time. Yeah. Yeah, things don't come out how we expect it. Yeah, it's so yeah, take one thing at a time. Really, like, the cards are just saying, be patient. I know that it's hard to be patient, but as you work on each step, focusing on each step of what you're doing and working on that, you will keep working on it. Because I know that for me, and I don't know if this is it for you, but there was a weird hidden fear that I had of, if I am moving too slowly, then I will eventually give up or something, which was not in my nature. I am not a person who's ever given up. I've transitioned into other avenues, but I have never really given up on things. And it's like, just because you're going slower doesn't mean you're doing any less. It actually means you're probably doing more, but you're doing it from a more thoughtful, a more firm foundation. And that's necessary in order for it to be a long-lasting foundation. It takes time. And time is an illusion. We have both lost the last 3 years and gained so much in the last 3 years, as through this whole pandemic and all this other stuff. And it's all about perspective, but if you really look at all of it, there are so many shifts that needed to happen that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Who is that shooting up? Was quitting, but my parents told me to keep trying until you reach those goals. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's like, again, too, like the goals, being open to the fact that your goals might change is another thing that's really hard for a lot of people, myself included. But like the goals are just goals. They're not things that you have to achieve. They're things that are leading you in a direction that you want to go in, and that goal might change. And that's okay too. That's if you are okay with the fact that change could happen, then you are on the right path because you are living more in flow with the universe. And it's weird because the feeling of like being in flow is very much like, I don't know what's happening, but it feels right. Yeah. I can tell that you're a very analytical thinker too, which can also cause a lot of anxiety and fear. I do that a lot too. And not everything needs to have a reason in order for it to work. Yeah, but I overthink too much. You do. I can tell. I don't know what the fuck is going on is my life mantra that holds true. Yeah. Simply maintain it. Yeah. You got this. Just try to slow down a little bit by focusing on smaller goals. Break some of those big goals up to smaller things and try to just focus on one thing a day. You know, if you can do one thing a day, even if it's small, even if it's tiny, even if it's seemingly insignificant, if you do one thing a day, it's progress. Progress leads to success. Because there are going to be days when you can do 50 things, and then there's going to be days where you can barely do one, and all of that is okay. Oh yeah, meditation and going for a walk. Yeah, being outside just in general helps too. Doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't at all. You're totally right. The other thing that's cool too is, and this was actually like on an episode of Big Bang Theory or whatever, when they were talking about how like if you do mundane things, your brain is still working in the background, and so you're more likely to have like aha moments. So you really do need to have those off times of relaxation and doing things to have those aha moments. You need to have time off in order for your brain to process things fully, and for you to have those moments of being like, oh wait, that would be better, or that would be cool, or whatever. It's going to help you achieve even more. And that's the thing we don't get taught in our society, because they're like, no, you need to work constantly so that you make all of us money and wear yourself into the ground. But like actually in science, it's not like, even in science, they're like, nope. It's kind of like how your best ideas come to you in the shower. Yeah, right, exactly. In the shower, in the car, when you're listening to music. They don't teach us that in school. They sure don't. What does society know, right? Okay. I hope that helped. Um, if anybody has some like one-off questions, like yes or no questions, I can pull some stuff for that. Let me know. I'll do that for another like 10 minutes or so, and then I think I'll be closing stream then. That was a big help. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. Sorry, starting to get off my lawn stage. It's so funny to watch too. It's my favorite. Have a nice day. Thank you so much. I hope you do too. So yeah, if anybody has any like yes or no questions or like quick questions that I could just pull on, let me know. Which, like I said about language last night, society is all made up for sure, right? I don't think I can do anymore. But you okay? Okay. No. I can tell. I'm sending you a hug right now. I'm sending you big hugs. Tomorrow is going to be a better day. You're going to get some good sleep. Understand that sometimes those feelings are feelings that we will have. And I know they're so overwhelming. And I know that it feels bleak, but there is so much hope on the other side of that. And that sometimes we just need to take a day or two, if possible, to just hug someone, to talk about things, to walk in nature, to be gracious with ourselves, to stuff our face with food and watch movies, something that makes you feel a little bit better. It's been 2 weeks of masking. That no wonder you feel that way. But no wonder you feel that way. If you've been spending all of that time just, yeah. It's no wonder you want to shut down. It's a normal feeling to have that after all of that. It's okay to feel. It's going to feel shitty, but it's also going to pass. It's going to be gone soon. It's not a forever feeling. This is a today feeling. And it's not even going to be a tomorrow feeling. Tomorrow you might still feel it, but it's not going to be as consuming. I'm sorry, I overshare. You didn't overshare. It's going to be okay. I know it's hard. Just know that your feelings are valid. I'm gonna help my dog get up on the bed really quick. Can you see him? You want to see? Little. Hey, poor baby. There's the cutie. He's been like drugged out for a week or so. He's just kind of out of it. Little baby. So if anyone has any last minute questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm probably going to end stream here so I can go take care of him. He was passed on about 2 years ago. Oh. I'm so used to having, he's 16. He is 16 years old. My other dog, Chewy, who's over there, is 13. And I'm just like, so they're my babies. Just a general card? Yeah, of course. Okay, I'll do Annie's first, and then I'll pull Butch's, so Butch has a little more time. I laughed because I'm reading more of what you said while I pulled this card. Is my love life doomed to be eternally circumcised? Is that a good word? Burning in a pile of fire and shame? No, there's going to be a whole new beginning. Cutting ties with how it has been in the past. Ace of Swords. Literally cutting. Being like, I don't want that anymore. I'm not that person. I don't want to deal with that anymore. New. It's all about how you view it. If you are open to the idea of it being new, it will come. Okay, Mojo, let me know yours. All right, Butch just wants a general card. Let me see. The next few months I'll be meeting the man I've been getting to know over the last 2 years. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, all that renewal energy comes with that. Totally. It's like I've been alone for the last 10 years, but unsure if that like legit confirms right direction. Totally. Okay, Butch. All right, let me know when you're ready. I also feel like I say your name wrong the whole time. I know it's like, is it supposed to be like Butch or is it like Booch? Booch. Booch, please. Booch. Booch. Okay, I kind of like that better. Okay. Booch. Like kombucha? Oh, yeah. We got 6 of Cups energy. Integrating memory, reunion, exchange, reestablished relationships, an exchange of gifts or feelings, a heartfelt exchange between you and your surroundings, deeper connections with your sense of home. This feeling of kind of like a returning feeling. Could be returning, a literal person returning, or it could be you returning to yourself as a person, returning to who you are, your core feeling, your core belief of who you are as a person. And the structure needed for success. The Lord. Yeah. I love you, Booch. Booch. Now I'm going to say her name totally different than I usually say it. It's going to be so weird. Okay, Mojo. Are either of the guys I'm currently talking to worth pursuing? For lack of a better word. Okay, I'm going to pull one for each guy. If there's 2 guys, I'm going to pull one. You're all so damn adorable. Oh, thank you. Okay. This one. Oh, okay, fine. That one just attacked me. Hold on. Which one attacked me? Donnie Chill. Oh, thank you, Booch. Thank you so much, babes. You're the sweetest, honestly. What's wrong over here? I'm coming to you. Relax. My goodness. He needs a new pain pill. Okay, Oh. Okay, Mojo. One of them has... One of them has potential. I'm not sure which one it is, but they have Ace of Pentacles energy, like financial, study, kind of a steady energy, material benefits, peace. They might be a peaceful type of person. They have the potential to be a like peaceful, enduring, grounded type of person. The other person, I'm sure that you'll be able to kind of decipher which is which, or if you don't, then you will be, is Sir Nunos, which is the devil of this deck. This person could be a person who's way more of like a fuck buddy energy, way more of like a opening up to like sexual encounters, but not really anything enduring. So one of them is relationship energy and one of them is fuckboy energy. And I think you know which is which. An addiction rather than a satisfaction. I love that. That's great. I love that. Oh my god, that could describe so many relationships I've had. Oh, I don't like that. I like it and I don't like it. I'm craving some of that devil card in my life, honestly. Being alone for 10 years does that. Same though. I had one relationship. It lasted like 3 months. In the past, how long was it? In the last like 10 or 12 years, I've had like one relationship. I would say the past 10. So I feel that. I feel it hard. I'm always like tweeting like, whoever is gonna be my next partner, they better be fucking ready to go. I am ready. I'm always joking about that. You do now? It sucks when you have you both wrapped in one as your first one. Here's the thing. Either every relationship is something that you either learn from or that you grow with. So either you learn from being in that relationship so much in your life that you're able to grow further from it, or you are able to grow with them. And it doesn't mean it will always be that way. Even some snugs would be fantastic at this point, honestly. Honestly, I have a very overactive imagination for these reasons. When did that happen, Booch? Was that recent? Two weeks ago? I'm so sorry about that. Well, hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Either it's over forever and you learn something from it and you're going to find someone else and it's going to be great, or maybe one day you get back together. But either way, the focus needs to be on you. It was mutual and good intention. Yeah. The focus needs to be on you and what you're doing and how you heal and how you make your life better for you. And then whatever is supposed to happen from there will. So this is my sign to be patient and optimistic until otherwise. Yes, Mojo. You're still here? Ethan, did you sleep? Yeah, that's what I'm banking on and hoping I can figure it all out. Just feeling rudderless right now. I will say too that I feel like a lot of those emotions, like you're already on like such a good path by how much you do work on yourself and how much you are very self-aware. And it's only going to help you and get better as you get older. And I feel like the feelings feel extra strong when you're younger because you don't have the experience to realize that it's okay to feel that way. I've been through this. I know what I'm doing. But now you've had the experience to, in the future, you're going to be like, I went through that. I know what I'm doing. I can do this. Yeah, it feels weird ending because I've never done it. Totally. 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 Like I was saying, I had a relationship where I thought I was going to marry this guy. And we had all these like plans and talked about all this stuff. And then one day he was just like, I'm not in love with you anymore. And I was like, why? What happened? And now that I can look back at it, I can see the things that happened. I was like, really, he was a narcissist and I didn't fit. I questioned him. I questioned things about our relationship, about like sexual things and about other things. And it made him feel insecure. And he didn't want to feel insecure. He wanted to feel in control of the relationship. And I was not. I am an independent person who has thoughts and feelings and I share them, and he didn't really want that. And it sucks because I got love bombed and fully hi, welcome in, thank you for the follow. I got love bombed and felt like I fully was like in like this person's the person I meant to be with, and like it was great until it wasn't. And it hurt really bad. It took me a whole year to even get to a point where I felt like I could move on. It took a whole fucking year for me. And we were only together for 5 months. Take your time. Take your time with it. Always. Falling out of wanting to be in a relationship was hard to watch. Yeah. It hurts a lot. It hurts a lot. I was with a toxic narcissist once, and leaving was one of the hardest things I've ever done. That's the other thing too, Butch. I feel like leaving somebody that is not toxic for you is even harder sometimes. Because you're like, but this is so good. Like, this is not right now, but like, this is so good. And that's like even worse. So that's where I say that if it's meant to be, it'll happen later. But if it's not, it won't. And having the feeling of I'm prepared either way, you're going to be great. So you talk about things and I looked at your big three and saw how similar you were to mine. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense actually. I love that. I love that. That's why I have it on my profile, my big three, just for that reason. I should have my other stuff on there, like INFP. Yeah, I'm an INFP and like whatever else the things are. The best thing is to be open to both possibilities, yes. Just being open and accepting that life is going to bring you what you need. We love being a hopeless romantic. You're talking, you're preaching to the Cancer moon over here. My Venus is in Taurus. It's ruling planet. I want the romance. Romance me. You know how I do it? The Sims now. We're romancing in The Sims. Dude, you're in Libra? Oh no. Not The Sims. Do you know how many celebrities I've effed in The Sims? Wicked Whims is helpful. Sometimes you just gotta, you're an INFP? Hell yeah. You know what's funny too? After doing drag for a year, I was an ENFP. I was more extroverted. But after the pandemic, I became an INFP again. Gemini, Cancer, I'm legit. The definition of oversensitive, almost romantic. I'll even take death by snoo snoo at this point. We've all got this. I've been on for like 2 hours longer than I expected, but it was worth every bit of it. Your Mars is in caps. Why are all my emotions in cap? I want to take courses on astrology so I can learn more, because I have like basic, maybe slightly more than basic knowledge of astrology, but I always feel like there's so much more to learn. And a lot of people really overcharge for courses about it. It's like thousands of dollars, and I'm like, no, just teach me about astrology. A slow emotional freight train. The best thing I can tell you is that when you're in a position where you're feeling really, really emotional, get something tasty to eat, or don't drink. Alcohol is a depressant. It makes you feel worse. Just saying. If it's possible to not drink, don't. But you can have a nice drink like a pink lemonade or something. That's what I've been drinking. Have something nice to eat. Watch something that's familiar and comfortable to you, like a comfort show or movie. Hot cocoa is great. And get as much sleep as you can. When you're feeling emotional, you need to cater to you as much as possible. And if you're having a point where you're feeling like really overwhelmed, like you can't get out of how you're feeling, engaging in your senses. Hear, touch your face, even. Be aware, smell, taste. All of that, important. The Taurus advice, get a snack. You know me, be comfy, take a nap. That's the most Taurus thing I've ever said in my life, too. That's fucking hilarious. But it is so true. Like, if you need to work on self-care, a Taurus knows. Hot bath and long sleep, exactly. Hot bath. Wash off the negative, wash off all the bullshit. Boosh. Oh my god. Boosh, mighty boosh. No, okay, stop. Now I want a cocoa. Hot cider is fire. We do have a full moon. It's a lunar eclipse. Honey. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay. We have a full moon happening. It's, I believe, full tomorrow night. It's a perfect time to do a burning ritual, to work on things that you want to let go, to do a lot of self-care, to take a hot bath with a nice bath bomb or something. It's the perfect time to do those things. Sit in the dirt for a little while. God, I'm such a Taurus. All of it. I'm just like, earth, honey. Earth and water. Earth, water, food. Don't even know how to function half the time as a Gemini Cancer. It's a lot. That's a lot. Go to the apothecary and get some ritual herbs? Totally. Oh, I should send you... Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm just going to type it in the chat in case anybody wants it. I wanted to share with you my favorite bath bomb place. They even have a bath bomb subscription that's seasonal, where they send you a bath bomb for every moon. Well, every full moon. It's called Witch Baby Soap. It's one of my favorites, and I even made like friends with the owner. I was just so in love with their stuff. It smells amazing. So if you're ever interested in that stuff, I'm pretty sure that's right. Let me check it. Is it going there? Are you gonna go there? It's taking forever. If you're into that kind of stuff, if you're into taking baths, there's a lot of their bath bombs have like crystals in them. They have like rune bath bombs where it has like a rune in it, so you could get like a little mini reading that way. Is this working? It's not loading for me right now. Why? Why? Why are we timing out? You alright? Why is my internet being weird? It's like literally hardwired. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so that should work. So if you're interested in that stuff, it's pretty affordable. I just thought I would share it because it's some of my favorite scents. I love it very much. Thank you to everyone who's been here. I really appreciate you. I hope that you had a nice time. Not ready to cut the tie right now, but a soak might be what I need. Right, for sure. I get that. A good soak is always helpful. Especially with some with some salt. Yeah, just focus on like protecting your energy, all of that. You're good, Booch. You got this. I'm glad that you were here. I'm glad that we could all talk together and like share. It's been lovely. I've had a lovely time. Like I said, I went like 2 hours longer than I thought I would because I'm just having such a good time with you guys. So I usually do streams on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I do a lot of gaming, a lot of Sims. We're very comfy chaos over here. We like to be comfy, but we have a little chaos. Hi, little. It's so nice to meet you. I'm so glad you were here. I do these every new moon and full moon. I'm starting to do them because I'm gaining more confidence with it. If it was something that was needed more often, I will consider doing it once a week on Sundays or something like that. But it's been really nice to hang out with you all. I hope that you have a good full moon. I hope that the energy doesn't make you feel shitty. I hope that you're able to just walk in a new energy today and know that like everything is happening as it should, and you're gonna make it through this. I'm already insanely emotional, so I'm used to it at this point, right? I'll absorb all the energy nobody wants to send it my way. I can handle it. I'm sending you positive energy only, okay? All right, thank you everyone so much. Where should we? I want to raid you guys somewhere. Are there other people doing these types of streams right now, or should we just raid a familiar face? You've had enough time to learn and just roll with your feelings being crazy like someone installing a screen door in a submarine. That's amazing. Good categories. There's me. It's funny when I go to people's things and they're like, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. I'm seeing if I can find somebody new to raid. Oh my god. Okay. The signs are telling me to do this because this person is currently reading from a deck where there's a card that I swear looks like me in it, and it's right on the top. I'm going to raid them. I'm going to follow them and raid them. Hopefully they don't mind. Hopefully they're nice. Okay. Let's go meet a new friend. Thank you all for being here. I will be back on Tuesday. We're doing the 100 Baby Challenge in The Sims. And here is the raid message. If you want to hang out more, we have a Discord. Here is the Discord. And just thank you so much in general for being here. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna go meet a new friend. Hopefully they don't mind the raid. I gotta see the end of 100 Babies. Yeah, you have the last naming rights too. I feel like I made some great friends. You did. It was so nice to meet you, Annie. I hope that you have a great day. Oh shit, it went away. I always do that. Okay. Hopefully they don't mind our raid. Alright, have fun over there. And it was so great to meet all of you and hang out. Is this you coming up? Yes, I'm leaving. Have a beautiful night or day wherever you are. And I will see you on Tuesday, hopefully. Bye, everyone.